Chapter 195. When Mu Yu returned, he didn't see the old man guarding the pavilion, but he saw that Ku Mu's face wasn't very good. He seemed to be sulking. When he saw Mu Yu walking in, he looked at Mu Yu with a burning gaze. Mu Yu asked cautiously, "Old man, your leg isn't broken, right? You little bastard, who told you to tell that old man that I'm back? How unlucky." Ku Mu raised his hand and slapped Mu Yu on the back of his head. Mu Yu sighed helplessly and didn't dodge. With Ku Mu's current strength, it was simply scratching Mu Yu's itch. However, in order to protect Ku Mu's self-esteem, Mu Yu thought about it and let him hit him to vent his anger. Ku Mu spoke so quickly, he must have a stomach full of anger. Looking at his violent appearance, he must have suffered a big loss from the old man guarding the pavilion. However, he could still hit people, which meant that the old man didn't do anything to him. Otherwise, Ku Mu's old arms and legs would have been lying on the ground. "You didn't tell me not to tell," Mu Yu muttered. Ku Mu glared at Mu Yu and then threw a pill scripture to Mu Yu while cursing. Mu Yu looked at the cover. It was actually the quick pill that he found in the pill scripture pavilion. "Elder guarding the pavilion gave it to you?" Mu Yu cursed that old man in his heart. It turned out that he had been carrying it with him and lied to him that he lost it, causing him to look for it for a long time. Elder my ass. If I still had my cultivation, I would have broken his leg today." Ku Mu was furious. The old man guarding the pavilion must have a terrifying cultivation. Mu Yu wanted to ask if he could really beat that old man, but in order to avoid hurting Ku Mu, he tactfully didn't ask this question. "Damn it. Did that old man force you to sign a slave contract? He's gone too far. Wait until I'm strong enough, I'll sell him to a black coal mine." Mu Yu waved his fist. In order to vent Deadwood's anger, he also spat out ruthless words. "Okay, stop pretending." Although Ku Mu said so, his expression eased. "He's your martial granduncle, how can you sell him to the black coal pit?" Yes. I said the wrong thing." Mu Yu smiled. He only said that to vent Ku Mu's anger. He didn't know when he would reach the same cultivation as the old man guarding the pavilion. He should be sold to the brothel and let him be a prostitute. Ku Mu's next words almost made him stumble. My God! How big of a grudge was this? Mu Yu told Ku Mu about the returning to original pill furnace. He thought Ku Mu would scold him for overestimating himself, but Ku Mu just sneered and said, "Even if you have a way to complete the returning to original pill, don't completely fuse it. When the heavenly phenomenon attracts everyone, then stop. The first one to die of anger will definitely be that old man." Mu Yu blushed with shame. This Ku Mu was confident in himself. He didn't even know how to start. Mu Yu opened the quick pill. What he needed to do now was to thoroughly understand the real cultivation method of the quick pill under Ku Mu's guidance. According to the old man guarding the pavilion, Ku Mu seemed to be the first to understand the cultivation method of the quick pill, but he didn't want to say it. As Ku Mu's successor, he got a big advantage. The quick pill was an alchemy cultivation method that came from the pill ancestors' comprehension. This mental cultivation method could allow the alchemist to control all kinds of herbs with incomparable precision. Moreover, it could forcefully reverse the influence of spiritual power on the herbs, causing the originally mutually exclusive herbs to fuse together. This would allow the alchemist to complete the pill formation process without any difficulty. However, many disciples found that this cultivation method was only effective for third-rank herbs. The cultivation method would change the way a person's spiritual power circulates, causing them to be unable to cultivate according to their original cultivation method. Then, their cultivation would not be able to advance, and they would be stuck in the same place for the rest of their lives. This was a very sad thing. Many disciples of the Danding sect who had learned the quick pill secretly cursed the pill ancestor for creating a cultivation method that harmed the younger generation. It was also because of this quick pill that many originally talented disciples of the Danding sect became almost useless. This quick pill seems to be very evil. Didn't the pill ancestor realize the drawbacks of this quick pill? He has harmed many talented disciples. Mu Yu said with some regret. Humph. How can the pill ancestors' cultivation method be peeped at by small characters like them? With their impatient alchemy mentality, they won't be able to achieve anything big at all, Dead Tree said disdainfully. He didn't feel sorry for those Danding sect disciples whose futures were ruined by the quick pill. On the contrary, he looked down on those people very much. In the past, many Danding sect disciples practiced the quick pill mostly because they wanted to soar to the sky and quickly become legendary alchemists. For people like them who practiced the quick pill in order to take a shortcut, they were impatient and didn't have a down-to-earth temperament. Being impatient was a big taboo for alchemists. They were doomed to not go far on the road of alchemy. Mu Yu observed the section of the quick pill cultivation method. According to the method described above, he tried to guide the spiritual power in his body to run a cycle. As a result, he found that this section of the cultivation method was extremely difficult. Many of the spiritual power's circulation methods were the opposite of normal cultivation methods. The reverse circulation of spiritual power in the body was a very dangerous thing because it would be rejected by the meridians. If one didn't pay attention, it could easily cause damage to the meridians. Over time, one's cultivation would stagnate. This was the reason why many disciples who were impatient for quick success had their futures ruined. Drawing qi into the dantian and going against the flow of the baihui was such a dangerous cultivation method really created by the pill ancestor? Mu Yu couldn't help but ask. Dead Tree didn't speak. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "This quick pill is indeed from the pill ancestor. There is no doubt about this. But do you know what the real secret of this cultivation method is?" The real secret? When Mu Yu learned that Dead Tree came from the Danding sect, he was very curious. Why did Dead Tree walk on such a different path? Was it just because he liked to study poisons? This excuse was never enough. How could a person born in the Danding sect be influenced by medicinal pills from a young age? How could he take a different path of cultivation? Was he really influenced by the quick pill cultivation method? Why is the pill ancestor called the pill ancestor? Do you know why? When Dead Tree said these words, his tone was indignant, as if he felt aggrieved about something. For so many years, no one had ever heard his explanation. Only he knew what kind of pill scripture the quick pill was. Because he created the pill formation system in his later years, Mu Yu heard Cai Lai talk about some of the pill ancestor's deeds. The pill ancestor was a senior who enjoyed a great reputation in the Danding sect and even in the entire third continent. His status in the alchemy world was like the status of a true god in the third continent. He was respected by tens of thousands of people. That's right. He created the pill formation system. It could be said that the reason why today's medicinal pills were generally round was because of the standard he set. In the era before the pill ancestor, the final form of medicinal pills was not round. Instead, it was the most natural form of powder and medicinal liquid. Powder and medicinal liquid were especially difficult to carry around. Therefore, he took a different path and fused the medicinal pills into a round solid state. Later generations found that this kind of medicinal pill was more convenient to carry around. Moreover, it was more stable and the medicinal efficacy was not easy to dissipate. Therefore, he continued his pill formation system and respectfully called him the pill ancestor. There were not many people who knew about this past. A long time ago, medicine was medicine. It was either ground into powder or directly boiled into soup. There was no difference between them and the ordinary doctors of the present. However, powder and soup were not easy to carry around. The pill ancestor refined them into medicinal pills. It could be said that it was a great revolution. But the quick pill cultivation method was created before he created the pill formation system. Mu Yu immediately understood this point. Only in this way could he explain why the quick pill cultivation method could not be used on the later path of alchemy. Kumu nodded in appreciation. Mu Yu's brain had always been working fast. This was what he was gratified about. He continued, No, that's right. The quick pill cultivation method, old man. That old man forced you to sign a slave contract. Mu Yu saw that Kumu seemed to have calmed down and began to stutter again. He hurriedly provoked him. If he continued to stutter like this, He might talk until the next day. Damn it. Can you not mention this matter? Sure enough, when Kumu thought of being threatened by the old man just now, he was furious. He said angrily, quickly remember this debt. In the future, you must help me get back at him. I'm so angry. When a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. He is more of a bastard than Shi Dengtian. Muyu opened his mouth. He did not know what the old man had done to him to make Kumu gnash his teeth in hatred. However, he suddenly felt a great responsibility because he had to teach an old man who was more powerful than Daoist Yundan a lesson. This was really a simple matter of courting death. The quick pill cultivation method is for powders and medicinal liquids. You can practice this cultivation method normally, but you must not use it in the process of refining pills. Otherwise, it will cause permanent damage to your meridians. Although this cultivation method is to reverse the flow of qi, it does not conflict with your usual cultivation method. It will even make your cultivation speed faster. Moreover, there are no side effects. The reason why it is regarded as a useless cultivation method by the disciples of the sect is that they all use this cultivation method in the process of refining pills without exception. Kumu sneered. Then why don't you tell them about this? Muyu asked. I have practiced this cultivation method, and since then, I have never refined any pills. I only have the most precious powders and medicinal liquids. However, they do not agree with this kind of pill, so they do not believe what I said. Kumu pursed his lips. No wonder Kumu's medicine was in bottles and jars. When he was robbed by Muyu last time, Muyu complained that these bottles and jars were really troublesome to use. Kumu practiced this cultivation method and walked on a different path. He walked on an abandoned path of alchemy, a path of alchemy that was not recognized by the current cultivation world. Muyu could feel the sadness of Kumu walking on this path alone and not being understood by others. In fact, in ancient times, alchemy was not called alchemy, but medicine. Quick pill was originally not called quick pill, but quick medicine. In fact, medicine was even better than the current alchemy, just like the doctors who are now looked down upon. Nowadays, alchemy is more used in cultivation, while medicine is used to save people and cure diseases. However, studying medicine is often used to test the medicine, so it is inevitable that people will be poisoned. Kumu's words solved a lot of Muyu's doubts. For example, why did Kumu go to save people and why he was poisoned like that? His poison scripture should be a byproduct of studying medicine. As for why it was called poison scripture instead of medicine scripture, it was purely Kumu's personal preference. The outside world gave Kumu the title of Poison Master, so he took advantage of the situation and named it that way. Then why do you want me to find the quick pill? The quick pill cultivation method can't be used in alchemy at all, and I have to beat them in alchemy to get a spot. Muyu asked puzzledly. Do you think that after studying medicine for so many years, I can't find a way to transform medicine and pills? Kumu rolled his eyes at Muyu. Chapter 196. Do you think the pill ancestor didn't discover this problem? He must have found a way to solve the contradiction between the quick pill cultivation method and the pill formation method. Unfortunately, it was a long time ago, and after the pill formation method was developed, many people abandoned the former Tao of medicine and turned to pills. His method was not passed down. Kumu paused, and his mood slowly calmed down. Then, as Muyu expected, he began to stutter again. I just happened. That old man guarding the pavilion forced you to sign some kind of slave contract. In order to ensure the quality of the conversation and speed up the process, Muyu timely provoked him. Damn it. He has lived for so long, why doesn't he have dementia? Kumu cursed. This trick really worked on Kumu. Kumu had forgotten his age, and in Muyu's eyes, he had also reached the stage of dementia. He didn't know what the old man guarding the pavilion did to provoke Kumu like this. In Kumu's heart, the old man guarding the pavilion seemed to be comparable to Feng Haochen. They were both people who could make Kumu angry. You also happened to discover it, right? Muyu quickly brought the topic back. Kumu nodded. At that time, I also realized it when I was dispersing my cultivation. I don't know if it's a blessing in disguise, but when I was dispersing my cultivation, I discovered the pill ancestor's solution to the contradiction of the quick pill cultivation method. Wait, you're saying that to do this, you have to disperse your cultivation first? What kind of rotten idea is that? Mu Yu would never take this path even if he was beaten to death. Humph. Who told you to disperse your cultivation? I discovered it when I was dispersing my cultivation. A thick-skinned brat like you won't be poisoned to death even if you taste all the poisons in the world. Why would you disperse your cultivation? Ku Mu looked at Mu Yu with some indignation. He was simply envious of Mu Yu's ability to control wood. If Ku Mu had such a physique that made him immune to poison, he would definitely go further on the Tao of medicine. The principle of dispersing one's cultivation is to destroy the meridians, causing irreversible damage to the meridians so that spiritual power can no longer flow. Moreover, the process of using the quick pill heart sutra to form a pill would also damage the meridians, which was similar to this to a certain extent. As for how to prevent this injury, I thought of it when I was dispersing my power. Unfortunately, it was too late for me. Fortunately, I can still test it on you. The dead tree looked at Mu Yu as if he was looking at a magical white mouse. Before Ku Mu left the Danding sect, he had already practiced the mental cultivation method of quick pill, which caused him to be unable to refine any shaped pills. He obtained the pill ancestor's true inheritance, so he could only bear the infamy of betraying the Tao. With his personality, he simply disdained to explain anything to others. It was no wonder that the old man guarding the pavilion said that Ku Mu was the only one who had figured out the method of quick pill and refused to say it. It was because Ku Mu knew that if he wanted to use the mental cultivation method of quick pill, he would not be able to become an alchemist. With the transcendent status of alchemists in the cultivation world, who would be willing to give up this path so easily except for Ku Mu? When Ku Mu was dispersing his power, the spiritual power in his body needed to be reversed. It was also at that time that he suddenly realized the relationship between alchemy and medicine. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to let Mu Yu come to the Danding sect to compete with a group of alchemists for a spot. Experiment. How high is the success rate of this experiment? What will happen if it fails? Mu Yu quickly asked. He had become a white mouse for Ku Mu's experiment again. This time, it seemed to be even more unreliable because no one had ever succeeded, and his ability to control would not give him any advantage. Stop talking nonsense. It won't fail, the dead tree said resolutely and decisively. He was confident in his method. While Mu Yu and Ku Mu were still developing new methods, the Danding sect was in an uproar. What? You said that Mu Yu is going to try to fuse the incomplete pill? He is really crazy. He even made a bet with Shiminghui. Isn't he courting death? In all these years, I have never heard of anyone successfully fusing the incomplete pill. Even the sect leader and the various elders could not do it. How can he do it? So what if he can cause havoc on Fujian Island? I don't believe that he can do it. His master is Elder Ku Mu, who walks the path of evil. Who knows what kind of evil methods they have? Don't be stupid. His master heard from Elder Shi that he can't even form the pill. If he can't even form the pill, how can he be a disciple of our Danding sect? I want to see how he will deal with this. He will definitely lose the dragon vine in his hands. I think that his lineage will never be able to raise their heads again. I will make a bet with you. If he can fuse the incomplete pill, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. The disciples of the Danding sect were all discussing the bet between Mu Yu and Shiminghui. Naturally, this bet was put out by Bi Wenshuan and Shiminghui together. What made everyone speechless was that Mu Yu's condition was simply for Shu Zai and Shiminghui to scold themselves and apologize. This Mu Yu was indeed a weirdo. Even the sect leader was paying attention to this matter. Logically speaking, anyone could try to fuse the incomplete pill, and doing so would definitely not attract so much attention. However, the main character was Mu Yu. This young man had stirred up chaos in the outside world. With the strength of the Jindan period, he had caused havoc on Fujian Island. He had even tamed the dragon vine, which had turned into a dragon, which was impossible to see. This person who had created an impossible record was now swaggering away with the cauldron of the returning pill. With such a huge bet, it would be difficult not to attract attention. The returning pill is a level 7 incomplete pill. Even we can't do it. This brat really dares to gamble. Daoist Cloudpill looked at the mountain where Kumu was. When a level 7 incomplete pill was formed, there would definitely be a phenomenon. Although he did not believe in this, if the returning pill could be formed, then it would definitely be a great blessing for the Danding sect. Almost everyone was waiting to see Mu Yu make a fool of himself. However, our Mu Yu did not care about the returning pill at all. He even casually threw the cauldron on the ground and laid it in a corner like a trash can. He was trying out Kumu's new trick. All herbs have resistance to each other. It is very difficult to fuse them perfectly. The process of forming the pill is to draw the resistance of the herbs into one's body and refine. That old bastard forced you to sign a contract to sell yourself. Refine the resistance of the herbs in one's body. I am so angry. The quick core cultivation method does not fuse with this resistance, so it will cause damage to the meridians. When we draw this resistance into the body, we draw it in through the Zhongxian acupoint. The Zhongxian acupoint is the acupoint where the quick core cultivation method gathers the most energy in a cycle. As long as we change the draw point to the Zhongzi acupoint, we can avoid the conflict with the cultivation method. The process of forming the pill was smooth, which was completely different from the quick core cultivation method. However, the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body were very mysterious. The meridians were crisscrossed. As long as the circulation method was slightly changed, the smooth and reverse flow could be assimilated. Next, draw it into the meridians from the defy acupoint. After half a cycle, the circulation route of the spiritual power will also change. I will explain this to you in detail later. Following the circulation route of the quick core cultivation method, this resistance will not conflict with the quick core cultivation method. On the contrary, the quick core cultivation method will dissolve this resistance faster and speed up the process of forming the pill. The introduction of the resistance into the body was just a change of channel. It would not conflict with the quick core cultivation method, which perfectly solved this problem. The quick core cultivation method was no longer a weak cultivation method. Instead, it had become a top cultivation method that alchemists dreamed of. In fact, anyone who practiced the quick core cultivation method was fine. As long as it was not used in the process of forming the pill, there would not be a big problem. Unfortunately, the people who practiced the quick core cultivation method were all disciples of the Danding sect. They mainly practiced alchemy. If they did not use it in the process of forming the pill, where would they use it? You can also think of this method. It's really amazing. Mu Yu tried to fuse the simplest rank 1 qi gathering pill. Sure enough, he found that there was no conflict. On the contrary, the process of forming the pill was just a matter of time. Nonsense, don't you know who I am? Generations of alchemists have always followed the experience left by their ancestors. They only know how to follow the rules and do what their predecessors did. They don't know how to innovate at all. They can't think of this even if they break their heads. The dead tree said with a little complacency. Mu Yu grasped the true essence of the quick core cultivation method step by step according to the dead tree's instructions. He even learned it well. The quick core cultivation method was a profound cultivation method. This cultivation method was incomparably flexible in controlling spiritual power. Even if one was not an alchemist, if an ordinary cultivator learned this cultivation method, their control of spiritual power would give them a huge advantage in a fight with cultivators of the same level. You have found a suitable cultivation method for all alchemists. Are you going to tell them now? Mu Yu asked. This kind of heaven-defying alchemy cultivation method was very important to all alchemists of the Danding sect. It integrated the advantages of the ancient medicine path and the current alchemy path. It made the difficult alchemy technique become incomparably easy. Tell who? That old bastard. Don't even think about it. Besides, they won't believe it. I'm too lazy to ask for a rebuff. The dead tree didn't want to prove anything. He came back this time not for the sake of the sect's friendship, but simply to take back his own things. Besides, even if he wanted to say it now, others wouldn't believe the words of a guy who played with poison until he lost his cultivation. Perhaps some people would think that the dead tree, as a member of the Danding sect, had the responsibility to tell the sect about this important discovery. It would play a revolutionary role in the development of the sect. But this was a matter of mutual trust. No one in the Danding sect would believe the dead tree. This in itself was their loss. Besides, in the cultivation world, if you discovered a supreme cultivation method, you wouldn't have enough time to hide it. Would you tell the world about it? This kind of thinking was too saintly. Many geniuses did things that others didn't understand. The dead tree was undoubtedly such a genius. Mu Yu spent 2 days to completely familiarize himself with this cultivation method. He found low-level medicinal pills and tried to fuse them with them. In fact, it wasn't difficult for Mu Yu to form pills. After all, those medicinal herbs were of the wood attribute. Mu Yu eliminated the resistance between them very well. The quick core cultivation method only provided him with a more convenient way. Actually, I'm really curious. What did that old man guarding the pavilion do to you? Why did he make you so angry? Mu Yu couldn't help but ask after infuriating the dead tree for the 53rd time. In fact, he didn't say anything. He just earnestly dug out the embarrassing things that happened to the dead tree when he was young. He said how he raised the dead tree like a father. He also threatened that if the dead tree didn't agree to tell him the quick core cultivation method, he would tell the world that the dead tree wet the bed at the age of 15. Dragon Ting on the side answered. It had been following the dead tree all this time, so it naturally knew what happened. What? You wet the bed at the age of 15? As soon as Dragon Ting's voice fell, Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai were stunned. Mu Yu was still holding back his laughter, but Xiao Shuai straightforwardly said it without any scruples. Sure enough, the dead tree's face immediately turned purple. He felt that he had lost all his face in front of the younger generation. Chapter 197. After that, Mu Yu didn't provoke Kumu anymore. However, Xiao Shuai laughed so hard that even Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Kumu simply picked up his cane and beat Mu Yu up. Mu Yu felt that he was very innocent. It was clearly Xiao Shuai and Long Ting who were in the wrong. Why was he the unlucky one? Fortunately, Kumu was just an ordinary person. His little strength was just like an ant hitting an elephant. However, in order to help Kumu vent his anger, he still tried his best to groan a few times. After another 2 days, Mu Yu began to really consider the matter of the incomplete pill. Eliminate the resistance between the herbs. That was the easiest thing for Mu Yu. What he was best at was fusing plants. What resistance? Wasn't it still obediently captured in front of him? The pill cauldron of the Guyuan pill would protect the Guyuan pill and maintain it in one state. This was a very clever formation. At this moment, the Guyuan pill was in the last step of the pill formation process. Moreover, it was a 7th level pill. Once the pill was formed, it would cause a phenomenon. However, because the Guyuan pill's medicinal power was very strong, it was very difficult to drive the incomplete pill into the fusing process without the cultivation of the combination stage. This was also very troublesome for Mu Yu. Mu Yu tried countless times. He could clearly control the medicinal liquid of the willow root, but he just couldn't guide it into the incomplete pill. The incomplete pill was simply resisting the willow root's entry. Idiot, how can I form the pill like you? Kumu scolded. At this moment, he was still angry. It was really embarrassing for his disciple to know about this embarrassing matter. Do you think that forming the pill is just fusing the last herb? Isn't it? Mu Yu didn't understand. This Guyuan pill is made by fusing a total of 1008 herbs. Even if only a little of each of the 1000 herbs was taken, the volume would be more than this. If it was so simple, then everyone would be an alchemist. Although Dead Tree hadn't practiced alchemy for a long time, after all, he was from the Danding sect, so his knowledge of alchemy wasn't vague. The composition of each herb is different, the dosage is different, and the time of fusion is different. When fusing pills of rank 7 and above, the alchemist's control of spiritual power is extremely high. A little error will lead to failure. In the process of fusing the herbs, the impurities that are unfavorable to the medicinal herbs must be removed. At this time, the flame is needed. The essence that is left behind is precipitated into a small pill. Every time the essence is added to other medicinal liquids, it must be refined again. Otherwise, it will not be able to fuse at all. The process of forming a pill was extremely complicated. The higher the grade of the pill, the more herbs it would require, and the more resistance it would have during the refinement process. When refining resistances, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of wood dregs left in his body. This was why you could tell that there was a lot of wood dregs left in Master Potion's body when he first saw him. Because medicinal pills below the 4th tier required very few ingredients, at most a dozen or so, it was not difficult to refine. As for the 4th tier and above, the requirements were very high. At this time, one would need to rely on the help of a pill cauldron. Every alchemist above the 4th tier would have their own pill cauldron. You could not even be considered as a disciple, let alone boasting about forming a pill. Then didn't I lose the bet? You muttered in his heart. He thought that as long as he eliminated the herb resistance, it would be fine. The incomplete pill was not that difficult at all. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the knowledge of alchemy. Yu's face turned red. This bragging was really too much. He still had to let be when Xuan spread this matter everywhere. It seemed that this was not going to end well. If he lost the bet, how should he deal with the dragon vine? He had always felt that keeping promises was a virtue. Shi Minghui wanted the dragon vine, but the dragon vine was also his companion who had gone through thick and thin with him. How could he make up his mind? However, I feel that the medicinal properties of the incomplete pill are not that difficult. Yu carefully felt the medicinal properties of the incomplete pill. He could clearly feel what the 1,800 herbs contained in the incomplete pill were. He knew the medicinal properties of each herb, and he also knew when the most suitable time to fuse each herb. This was his innate familiarity with plants. He did not need to learn from anywhere. In his mind, he was confident that he could fuse the last herb. This was also the reason why he dared to make the bet. The steps of alchemy were to use spiritual power and flame for every herb added. This was the most complicated step. For others, they needed to control the flame of the pill firestone to repeatedly refine and remove the impurities. However, for Yu, it was not that troublesome at all. He could directly expel the unwanted impurities outside the pill. Why did a 7th tier pill require a person with the cultivation of the form synthesis stage to be able to refine it? It was because one had to use spiritual power to control more than 1,000 types of pills at the same time. This was impossible for people with cultivation below the form synthesis stage. However, Yu was an exception. Not to mention controlling 1,000 types of herbs, it was possible for him to control 10,000 types of herbs at the same time. As the ancestor of plants, it was not just a saying. So the problem now was how to start. Because the 7th tier pill was too heaven-defying, the medicinal power contained in it was too shocking, and the resistance to the outside world was also very strong. It was very difficult for people without the corresponding cultivation to forcefully control the pill. Mu had already told him this basic knowledge of alchemy. Mu originally did not know why Yu brought this thing back. When he heard that Yu had made a bet with others, he was so angry that he almost kicked Yu away. How could such big words be said so casually? But soon, Mu calmed down. He thought of Yu's wood control technique. With this ability, the possibility of success was very high. This cauldron that preserves the incomplete pill is called the principal cauldron. It is a cauldron unique to the pill cauldron sect. In addition to being able to maintain the incomplete pill in a certain state, it can also help alchemists with insufficient cultivation to control this pill. This is very, 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 very. Wet the bed, wet the bed. This time, without waiting for Yu to provoke him, Xiao Shuai answered happily. Don't talk too much. Mu swung his walking stick at Xiao Shuai, but Xiao Shuai nimbly dodged it. The walking stick directly hit Mu Yu's head. Mu Yu looked at Ku Mu numbly, and 1,000 alpacas galloped in his heart. Why did you hit me again? Why did you hit me again? This is also the reason why all the disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect can try it. The principal cauldron is a unique teaching tool of the Pill Cauldron sect. Unless the pill is successfully formed, the pill will return to that state again no matter how much noise it makes. Ku Mu was so angry that his beard stood up. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. Since he had the principal cauldron, then he could start. What was he waiting for? Let's try it directly. Under Ku Mu's guidance, Mu Yu activated the control formation of the principal cauldron and forcibly suppressed the incomplete pill. He controlled this incomplete pill in an instant. Don't want the impurities? Okay. Mu Yu easily removed the impurities from Liu Ji, skipping the step of refining. He didn't even need to use a flame. Next was the fusion. During the fusion process, Liu Ji would reject the sweet-scented cinnamon grass. This kind of resistance was impossible to completely eliminate and refine for a cultivator. The contradiction between them was too strong, just like a life-and-death opponent. No one was willing to take the initiative to refine their resistance. Be obedient. Mu Yu directly tamed Liu Ji as soon as he touched it. Liu Ji had no way to resist Mu Yu's will. Then, be obedient and form the pill. Liu Ji slowly fused into the incomplete pill under the guidance of the quick elixir mental cultivation method. Everything seemed to be so smooth. Boom. Just when Liu Ji completed the last step of the fusion, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly soared into the sky. A violent wave swept across, as if it caused a big earthquake, startling everyone in the Pill Cauldron sect. Long Ting quickly drilled out to protect the withered tree. Otherwise, with the tyrannical aura, the withered tree would have been directly affected. This kind of terrifying aura was not unfamiliar to the disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect. This was because this kind of phenomenon would occur when refining level 6 and level 7 pills. Which elder succeeded in refining a high-grade medicinal pill today? Although this kind of phenomenon could be seen occasionally in the Pill Cauldron sect, it was still a high-level pill after all. In the cultivation world, it was a sacred object that everyone coveted. Even alchemists would never get tired of seeing this kind of thing. Everyone coincidentally looked for the source of the tremor. They were extremely envious in their hearts, wanting to know who had successfully refined a high-level pill. But when everyone saw that the rays of light came from the barren mountain where the withered tree was located, they were immediately stunned. Recalling the bet that had been spread like wildfire in the past 2 days, everyone couldn't help but have a thought. That Mu Yu really refined the incomplete pill? Soon, everyone realized that something was wrong, because usually, even if a high-level pill could be refined, because the effects of different pills were different, the phenomenon would be different. Even when Daoist Cloudcore was refining a 7th-grade pill, it would not cause such a majestic phenomenon. However, the phenomenon this time was clearly far more powerful than the previous pills. This showed that the value of this pill was unprecedented. Good heavens! Mu Yu actually did such an impossible thing. The phenomenon of the Pill Cauldron sect naturally alarmed Daoist Yundan. He took a step forward and looked at the rays of light with blazing eyes and incomparable surprise. This ray of light was not so bright even when he refined the strongest level 7 pill. He was extremely shocked. A touch of ecstasy appeared on his face. Then, his body moved slightly and disappeared into the void. Damn, how can the withered tree refine pills again? The old man guarding the pavilion also raised his head and looked at the ray of light with a face full of surprise. When he realized that this was the most sensational phenomenon in the history of the Pill Cauldron sect, he already understood the preciousness of this pill. He almost jumped up. The next moment, his figure also disappeared. It's done. It's done. Haha. I'm really a genius. Mu Yu laughed happily and felt proud in his heart. What incomplete pills! What no one has ever successfully refined before. This was not a problem at all. He looked at the returning origin pill in the Pill Cauldron. This returning origin pill had mysterious patterns on its body. It showed a special halo and exuded a strange fragrance. A pure medicinal power was rolling around, making people feel refreshed. It's really done. Daoist Yundan was also shocked. Although he thought that Mu Yu would have a chance to refine the incomplete pills of the Pill Cauldron sect, with Mu Yu's current mediocre alchemy skills, he always thought that Mu Yu would have to at least try a few hundred times before he could succeed. Who would have thought that he would succeed in refining the heaven-defying incomplete pills after only one try? Did this little rascal step on dog shit? How could his luck be so good? Old man, are you very proud now that I didn't embarrass you? Mu Yu turned his head and laughed. The refining of the returning origin pill had caused such a big commotion. He was afraid that the entire Pill Cauldron sect would be stirred up. This time, the bet would be effective. Then, under Daoist Yundan's astonished gaze, he withdrew his spiritual power and removed the control of the willow tree. However, right at this moment, that startling multicolored light suddenly disappeared. It had come with a surging momentum, but it had disappeared so abruptly, without any foresight. It had simply disappeared just like that. The violent spiritual power in the surroundings calmed down again, as if nothing had happened. Mu Yu looked at the Pill Cauldron again. The returning origin pill was still floating there, surrounded by a pool of willow tree's spiritual liquid. Hey! It failed. Chapter 198. Kumu, good boy, you succeeded or failed. The old man guarding the pavilion had not arrived yet, but his voice was already heard. He was just about to praise Kumu, but before he could finish his words, the clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, making him unable to react. Failed. Kumu also looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At first, he was not optimistic, but Mu Yu actually directly made the vision appear. That was a real vision of forming a pill. How could it appear just because he said so? Thousands of thoughts began to surge in his mind, and before he had time to praise Mu Yu, he was told that everything was fake. The ups and downs of the process really stimulated his nerves. What's going on? Daoist Yundan stepped to Mu Yu's side and asked in surprise. That's right. Stinky boy, what's wrong with you? How could the pill disappear just like that? The old man guarding the pavilion realized that it was the boy who came to borrow the quick pill that caused the vision of forming a pill, not Kumu. I don't know, maybe my hand shook. Mu Yu muttered. He carefully examined Liu Ji and found where the problem was. Liu Ji's resistance was not refined according to the normal steps. Mu Yu only controlled Liu Ji and let it complete the fusion according to Mu Yu's will. Once Mu Yu removed his control of Liu Ji, the resistance of the herb would appear, causing the pill to fail. Unless Mu Yu kept controlling Liu Ji so that he could not remove the control after the pill was formed, the pill would still be destroyed and return to its final state under the protection of the principal cauldron. As long as one was an alchemist, they would know that willow fungus and sweet-scented cinnamon grass were incompatible. This was also the reason why the returning origin pill was unable to complete the last step. I told you, how could a waste like you succeed? Shiminghui rushed over. Just now, when he saw the signs of the pill formation, he was almost scared to death. He thought that Mu Yu had really fused with the returning origin Dan. He had made the bet so that all the disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect knew about it. If he lost, it would be too embarrassing. However, he didn't expect that the heavens seemed to be helping him. The strange phenomenon caused by Mu Yu disappeared, so he began to ridicule him in a strange manner. Hey, are you looking for death? The old man glared at Shiminghui. Only then did Shiminghui realize that Daoist Yundan and the old man guarding the pavilion were both present. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Greetings, sect leader." "Greetings, Uncle Master." The sect leader and the pavilion elder had no time to pay attention to Shiminghui. Both of them frowned and looked at Mu Yu with questioning eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Which one of you succeeded on the first try?" Mu Yu scratched his head, his tone sounding righteous. But that was the sign of the returning origin Dan. "Even we can't do it." The pavilion elder couldn't help but feel regretful. "What's the problem? Why is it like this?" The returning origin Dan was a semi-finished product researched by Daoist Joyang, but it was stuck at the last step. Many outstanding disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect had tried to fuse it, but none of them had failed. Basically, everyone was helpless when facing willow root and cassia grass. No one could cause a strange phenomenon like Muyu. Muyu was the first. Damn it. What's the problem? I don't need an old fart like you to wander around here. Little handsome, close the door and release the dragon vine. The dead tree roared and threw the dragon vine out. The dragon vine suddenly became bigger. However, when it saw Daoist Yundan and the old man guarding the pavilion, it didn't dare to go forward. It just shouted twice symbolically, giving face to the dead tree. Bah! You ungrateful little bastard. You're unhappy just because I said a few words. I didn't come to see you today. Do you believe that I won't break your legs? The pavilion elder pointed at the dead tree's nose and scolded. Come if you have the ability. I don't believe that you dare to do such a thing. The dead tree rolled up his sleeves and picked up his walking stick. If it wasn't for Muyu stopping him, the dead tree might have really hit him. Ah! Junior brother dead tree, it's not good for you to say that to Marshal Aunt Lung. I think. Daoist Yundan quickly came out to smooth things over. He looked at the dead tree and the old man guarding the pavilion with a headache. The uncle and nephew had a deep conflict that couldn't be resolved no matter how hard they tried. He was also quite troubled. Damn it! The deadline isn't up yet. Why are you here again? Muyu shouted at Shiminghui impatiently. Anyone could appear here, but not this eyesore. Shiminghui, you go back first. The sect leader also felt that it wasn't good to let the juniors see a joke, so he quickly sent Shiminghui away. The dead tree and the old man guarding the pavilion glared at each other. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. The dead tree's walking stick had already smashed towards the old man guarding the pavilion. However, with the dead tree's current strength, the walking stick fell halfway before it could hit the old man. As for the old man guarding the pavilion, he was the dead tree's martial uncle after all. Being yelled at by the dead tree without giving him any face, he also had a belly full of anger. If it was the dead tree who had cultivation in the past, he would have already been unable to hold back. Muyu, beat him up for me, the dead tree angrily rebuked. Me. Muyu rolled his eyes. Why didn't you two old guys solve your own problems? Why did you bring me along? Beat him up. In the future, I will definitely beat him up, definitely. Muyu quickly said. Brat, you want to beat me up? The old man guarding the pavilion looked at Muyu. Muyu was shocked. This great god was really someone who couldn't be provoked. No, I'm just joking, just joking. Muyu smiled apologetically. How about this? Which one of you two wants to fight? Can you go to the martial arts practice field to fight? I still want to give it a try. What happened just now was just an accident. These words woke the two of them up. They both coldly snorted. The sect leader asked aloud, Muyu, how did you do it? I have never seen anyone who could do it to the extent that you did. Even if you failed, you were already not far from success just now. I already told you that it's not that simple. The two of you should hurry up and leave. I want to have a good discussion with Muyu. The dead tree ordered them to leave, especially to the old man guarding the pavilion. What can you teach with your half-baked alchemy skills? Muyu, come here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The old man guarding the pavilion waved his hand at Muyu. Muyu expressed that he simply didn't want to get involved in the conflict between these two old farts. Why was it that every time he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't avoid it and had to be dragged into the flames of war? I'm half-baked. If you're a half-baked, why don't you find a rope to hang yourself with? If you're so good, why don't you fuse the incomplete Dan? When the dead tree was angry, he really knew how to say anything. It was also the first time that Muyu saw the dead tree so angry. It seemed that the conflict between these two old farts was really not shallow. When the dead tree confronted Shi Dengtian, he wouldn't say much nonsense to him. You're really angering me to death. The old man guarding the pavilion was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Father, can you stop messing around? Just at this time, Lung Bingxue suddenly appeared between the dead tree and the old man guarding the pavilion. This matter also attracted her. Father. Muyu was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the old man guarding the pavilion was Lung Bingshua's father. This was really unexpected. Shuai, you came at the right time. Today, father will make the decision for you. This bastard just left like that and left you behind for so many years. You've wasted your good years. I just said a few words to him and he's still in the right. I watched him grow up since he was young. I really raised an ingrate. The old man guarding the pavilion's beard curled up. So there was this kind of relationship between them. No wonder the old man guarding the pavilion was angry. After the dead tree left, Lung Bingxue, who was devoted to the dead tree, stayed alone in the room for so many years. Which father would be willing to see his own daughter abandoned by a heartless man like this? Enough. There's still a junior here. Lung Bingshue's face was red. It's best if there's a junior. This kind of person can't teach a disciple well. I'll help him teach, so that he won't teach another ingrate. The old man guarding the pavilion looked at Mu Yu as if Mu Yu dared to say no, he would slap him. Mu Yu's heart was filled with 1,000 alpacas. Do you have to drag me into this? Do you have to drag me into this? What the F***ck did I do in my previous life? Can't I still refine pills happily? There's no need for you, old fart. When I was young, if it wasn't for your obstruction, would I have chosen to leave Bingxue? I followed your wishes and disappeared in front of you. Do you regret it now? Now you're here to crusade against me? Whose fault is all this? The dead tree said agitatedly. Mu Yu was getting more and more confused. These two people had already started to dig up old scores. At first, he thought that the dead tree was a heartless man. Now the plot had changed to the old man guarding the pavilion breaking up an affectionate couple. If possible, Mu Yu really wanted to move a stool and enjoy this twisted gossip while eating melon seeds. That was a test I gave you. A test, you know? A test. I just obstructed you for a while and you couldn't persevere and scram? Is your love for Shuai so limited? The old man guarding the pavilion also said with spittle flying. Test your sister. Is there such a test? You clearly know that I usually don't speak well, but you still used this to humiliate me in front of so many people. You call this a test? Why don't you directly test whether the king of hell will take you in? The dead tree covered his chest with one hand. He was a bit too angry. Now he was 60 or 70 years old and was also an ordinary person. His heart wasn't very good. The situation was a bit out of control. Both of them thought that the other party had done something stupid. Now that they each had their own version of the story, their anger was rising. Old man, calm down. Mu Yu quickly took out a bottle of calming chi liquid and gave it to the dead tree. This matter was already unclear who was right and who was wrong. Mu Yu also didn't want to care about it. In any case, there was no need for him to worry about their matters. He just needed to join in the fun. The dead tree was already so angry that he couldn't speak. His body trembled, and finally his eyes rolled back and he directly fainted. Oh my God! What's going on? Mu Yu was startled, but she managed to support Deadwood in time. The old man guarding the pavilion also panicked. He quickly took out a lot of pills from his Chenkuan bag. No matter how much the dead tree scolded him, he still watched the dead tree grow up. In the end, he still had feelings for him. These pills are useless for him. Lung Bingxue pushed the old man's pills away. She looked anxious. If something happens to him, I won't forgive you. The old man guarding the pavilion opened his mouth. The development of the matter was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect the dead tree to faint after saying a few words. Now even his own daughter was siding with an outsider. He was also very sullen. He didn't want to hurt the dead tree at all. However, both of them were stubborn and neither of them was willing to give in. Mu Yu, the dead tree's life is in danger. Xiao Shuai suddenly jumped to the dead tree's chest and knocked on it. He said seriously, he's now an ordinary person. His body's condition is the same as an ordinary old man's. His organs are very old. Even if he wasn't stimulated this time, he won't be able to live for long. His body won't allow him to live. Xiao Shuai was like the Grim Reaper, announcing death again. What? Mu Yu was shocked. Is there any other way? Chapter 199. Hey, you little bastard, what are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll refine you into medicine, the old man scolded. The old man's terrifying aura pressed down on Xiao Shuai's body, scaring Xiao Shuai into Mu Yu's arms. Dad, don't you understand? He doesn't have any cultivation now, and his body has been very weak after his cultivation dissipated. How can he withstand your provocation? Leng Bingxue suddenly burst into tears. Everyone present was an alchemist, and they were very good at judging other people's physical condition. In fact, everyone could see that something really happened to Dead Tree this time. Then what should we do? Is there really no way? Mu Yu panicked. He always thought that Dead Tree was still the same person who was easy to talk to when angered. In order to make it easier for them to communicate, he would always provoke Dead Tree. He didn't expect that something would happen because of the argument with the old man. What about life force? Is life force enough? Mu Yu anxiously asked Xiao Shuai. You don't need me to tell you that his body has already reached its limit. Xiao Shuai whispered. Mu Yu's control of life force wasn't good enough, so he couldn't transform Dead Tree's entire body. Dead Tree's current physical condition was very bad. Even if Mu Yu could inject life force into him, it would be useless. There must be a way. Mu Yu drank the bottle of tranquil qi liquid. He wanted to calm himself down. If something happened to Dead Tree, then whatever he did next would be superfluous. He had to find a way to save Dead Tree. You are all alchemists, don't you have a way? Mu Yu turned his head and asked loudly. The old man took out a white bottle and said hesitantly, life-prolonging pill. Mu Yu shook his head. He knew the effect of the life-prolonging pill. It wouldn't have much effect on Dead Tree's physical condition. After all, the life-prolonging pill was originally made for cultivators, not for ordinary people. Moreover, the life-prolonging pill didn't cure the root cause. Dead Tree would still have an accident next time. I don't want the life-prolonging pill. You are all alchemists, so you must find a way to keep the old man alive. I'll be right back. Mu Yu suddenly thought of something. He grabbed little Shuai and quickly ran out of the house. The others were not in the mood to care about him. They were most worried about Deadwood. Speaking of which, it was laughable. The several people present were all famous alchemists in the cultivation world. Any one of them could casually take out a medicinal pill and tens of thousands of people would fight over it. They could refine heaven-defying medicinal pills, but they couldn't save a person's life. You want to use the returning origin pill? Little Shuai knew what Mu Yu was thinking. Is there a better way? This was the best method that Mu Yu could think of. The returning origin pill could allow a person's body to return to 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Deadwood's body would not be so weak. It would definitely allow Deadwood to recover. This was the best treatment for Deadwood. This pill is too difficult. You've already tried it just now. Little Shuai said hesitantly. He did not want to deliberately attack Mu Yu, but he still had to explain the problem. If I can't control willow fungus, then I will refine its resistance. Mu Yu said firmly. Mu Yu practiced the falling dust mental cultivation method once to calm himself down. He needed to guide willow fungus's resistance. If he could not calm his mind, it would be impossible to do so. To refine willow fungus's resistance, I will first find out the characteristics of its resistance with cassia grass. Mu Yu was familiar with the relationship between these two herbs. He could also clearly find where the contradiction between them was. However, this contradiction was very difficult to eliminate. He had to find another way. Mu Yu, your blood. Little Shuai suddenly shouted. What? Your blood? Do you still remember? The last time you were unable to control the celestial demon tree, you had to rely on your blood to tame it. Many plants are innately resistant to certain things. Your blood seems to be the nemesis of this plant. I think that if you integrate your blood into willow fungus, it will definitely prevent willow fungus from rebounding after it gets out of control. Little Shuai said. Blood? Is it really possible? Mu Yu was not sure, but at the moment he could not think of any other good way. Many alchemists would consume their own cultivation in order to increase the efficacy of the elixir. They would forcibly add a drop of their own blood essence to improve the quality of the elixir. To Mu Yu, it was not so troublesome to use blood essence. As long as it was ordinary blood, it would be fine. Fight. Mu Yu did not hesitate to cut his finger. A drop of blood was wrapped in spiritual power and integrated into willow fungus's elixir. The elixir trembled and the originally black elixir suddenly became emerald green. There was also a strange spiritual power fluctuation surging out. The entire willow fungus's aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. It felt as if it was no longer pure willow fungus. Can this elixir still be used? Mu Yu was also doubtful. However, he checked it again and found that willow fungus's elixir seemed to be purer than before. There was even an indescribable feeling. However, the efficacy of the elixir did not change, and willow fungus's resistance had disappeared. This was the result that Mu Yu wanted to see the most at the moment. However, Mu Yu was not happy. Willow fungus's resistance had disappeared now, but it did not mean that it would disappear forever. Once Mu Yu removed his control over willow fungus's resistance would come back. He had already been deceived once. Although he did not know whether willow fungus's resistance to willow fungus's elixir had disappeared, Mu Yu still had to try. Mu Yu used the speed core cultivation method and began to guide willow fungus to fuse with the incomplete pill. He was not unfamiliar with this process. After all, he had done it once. The process of fusing was quite smooth. It was even easier than before. The contradiction between willow fungus and sweet-scented cinnamon seemed to have been completely resolved by Mu Yu's drop of blood. They fused together perfectly. Then, their respective medicinal properties penetrated into the other 1,000 medicinal ingredients and began to interact with each other. Like a thin thread stringing all the messy beads together, all the medicinal ingredients began to become orderly. When this thread was threaded to the last medicinal ingredient, the entire returning origin pill began to bloom with a brilliant light. Tens of thousands of rays of light once again soared into the sky, illuminating the entire green bamboo peak. A majestic spiritual power was emitted from the returning origin pill. It reverberated like the evening drum and morning bell, surrounding the entire green bamboo peak. This time, the rays of light were even more dazzling. They went straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky surged and were dyed green. A powerful wave of spiritual power swept out. It was even more powerful than before. What's going on? Daoist Yun Dan and the old man guarding the pavilion were once again alarmed by this palpitating aura. They rushed out in bewilderment. The rays of light illuminated the faces of the two people. They looked at Mu Yu in disbelief. Mu Yu actually caused a vision of heaven and earth again. This time it should be real, right? The old man guarding the pavilion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he had been deceived once, he still did not give up. The same vision appeared twice. If it was a coincidence, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'm not sure. Daoist Yun Dan also did not dare to rashly make a conclusion. To be able to cause a vision of pill formation twice, Mu Yu's talent really made him have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the returning origin pill was already recognized by everyone as a pill that could not be refined. He thought that this time he might be happy for nothing. But when he glanced at the pill cauldron in front of Mu Yu, even someone as steady as him could not help but be startled. As the head of the Danding sect and one of the top alchemists in the 3 continents, he was very familiar with high-level pills. That returning origin pill that was emitting a brilliant light was a genuine 7th-level pill. How was this possible? It was not even a 7th-level pill, but he would never have dreamed that Mu Yu could actually fuse an incomplete pill to such an extent. This does not look like a 7th-level pill. This is. The old man guarding the pavilion suddenly exclaimed. He was shocked by the returning origin pill in front of Mu Yu. 8th level. How is this possible? Theoretically, the returning origin pill belongs to the 7th level pill. But how can this aura be of the 8th level? Daoist Yun Dan also did not dare to believe it. 8th level pill. How did this brat do it? At this time, Shi Dengtian also arrived. Although he had an unexplainable conflict with Ku Mu, He was also extremely shocked when he saw the returning origin pill. No wonder senior brother Ku Mu thinks highly of him. This brat really has endless potential, Grandmaster Medicine exclaimed with a face full of admiration. Mu Yu had triggered 2 consecutive pill-forming phenomena. The second phenomenon was even more spectacular than the first. Such a big movement had already attracted the attention of all the elders of the Danding sect. Mu Yu was not excited at all. He already knew what would happen once he withdrew his spiritual power, so he was still hesitating. He was very worried that he would fail this time. I must succeed, Mu Yu murmured, then carefully withdrew his spiritual power. The moment he withdrew his spiritual power, the returning origin pill suddenly fluctuated. Mu Yu's heart shrank, but what he was worried about did not happen. At this moment, the returning origin pill had turned into an emerald green pill with 7 golden stripes and 1 light white stripe. The pill was formed. Success. Mu Yu was overjoyed. But at this moment, he felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw that the emerald green clouds were suddenly surging with thunder, and blue electric sparks were flashing in the midst of it. Just as Mu Yu was stunned, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down. Damn it! The weather forecast did not say that there would be thunder today. Xiao Shuai suddenly shouted in Mu Yu's arms. Mu Yu was also shocked. That bolt of lightning was obviously aimed at him. With his nascent soul stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist this heavenly thunder. He quickly picked up the Danding sect and was about to run away, but at this moment, the old man guarding the pavilion shouted, Mu Yu, don't run. This is a lightning tribulation. If the heavenly thunder wants to destroy the pill, you must resolve it. The pill must withstand the lightning strike. Damn it, why don't you go and get struck by lightning? Mu Yu roared and jumped away. However, the heavenly thunder turned around and directly went towards him. To be exact, it was going towards the returning origin pill in his hand. Everyone was stunned for a moment. No one thought that Mu Yu would scold someone like that. This was the first time that the old man guarding the pavilion was scolded by a disciple who was still wet behind his ears. In the past, when he coughed, the other disciples did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who would dare to scold him? However, this time, the old man guarding the pavilion was scolded to the point that he did not have any temper. Mu Yu had never seen a high-level pill before. How could he know that once a level 6 pill was formed, it would trigger the heavenly thunder baptism? This was an indispensable process. If the pill could withstand the heavenly thunder baptism, it must withstand this stage. Damn it, it's like a ghost that won't go away. Mu Yu jumped to the side. His hair was grazed by the heavenly thunder. Immediately, his hair stood up. He was a little dizzy from the electricity and felt a burning smell coming from his clothes. Only we can withstand the heavenly thunder of a level 8 pill. Mu Yu can't withstand it at all. We have to help him. The old man guarding the pavilion said anxiously, but the heavenly tribulation must be withstood by the pill. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation will turn towards the person who refined the pill. Moreover, if we help, the heavenly thunder will appear again. Daoist Yun Dan said hesitantly, damn it. Are you guys done discussing? This wasn't even refined by me, okay? I am only the person who fused the final step. Daoist Joyang is the one who refined the pill. Mu Yu heard the 4 people talking and shouted loudly. These words woke the others up. Mu Yu had only completed the final step. Strictly speaking, he was not the owner of the returning origin pill. He did not need to withstand the heavenly tribulation. That's right. The senior who refined the pill has already died. Our Mu Yu can't die, the old man guarding the pavilion said as he directly took action. A huge force wrapped around the heavenly thunder. The old man guarding the pavilion thought highly of Mu Yu now. What a joke. This was a little monster who could fuse with an incomplete pill that none of the seniors could. If something happened to him, it would be a huge loss. Daoist Yun Dan hesitated for a moment and also took action. This heavenly thunder was level 8. It would be very difficult for the old man guarding the pavilion to resolve it alone. They had to work together to have any hope. The medicine master also took action without hesitation. Shi Dengtian looked at Mu Yu with disgust. He could not wait for Mu Yu to be struck to death. However, with so many people present, he had no reason to not take action. The strength of these people was not to be underestimated. When the four of them took action, the sky changed color and the spirit chi surged. Daoist Dan took out a golden flag. The flag turned into a golden thread spirit net and trapped the heavenly thunder. The old man guarding the pavilion turned his walking stick into a golden sword. The medicine master and Shi Dengtian each released a majestic spirit chi. The four of them working together was more than enough to deal with the heavenly thunder. It doesn't seem like level 8 heavenly thunder. The old man guarding the pavilion was a little confused. Normally, even if the four of them worked together, it would not be so easy to deal with level 8 heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder did not appear again. The thing that Daoist Dan was worried about did not happen. Do you think that being struck by the heavenly thunder is not bad enough, or is your skin too thick? Is it not good for it not to appear? Mu Yu asked while holding on to the returning origin pill. Stinky brat. How can you talk to us like that? The old man guarding the pavilion opened his eyes wide. If anything happens to the old man, I won't even bother talking to you. Mu Yu snorted. He took the returning origin pill and ran towards Ku Mu's house. Then the returning origin pill. Daoist Dan hesitated. Save my master, Mu Yu said without turning his head. Chapter 200. Let me go. What are you trying to do, you old bastard? Mu Yu struggled to break free from Shi Dengtian's restraint. However, Shi Dengtian's cultivation was several levels higher than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu was not Shi Dengtian's opponent at all. All of his spiritual power was trapped and he had no room to resist. At first, Mu Yu respected these people because he appeared as Dead Tree's disciple. However, now that Dead Tree's life and death were unknown, he did not care so much about it. Dead Tree was in trouble. How could he have the patience to talk about respect? Impudent. What kind of tone is that? Shi Dengtian wanted to slap down and teach Mu Yu a lesson. Stop. The old man guarding the pavilion glared and blocked Shi Dengtian, allowing Mu Yu to land. However, Shi Dengtian's aura was still suppressing Mu Yu, making it difficult for Mu Yu to move. Martial uncle, this returning origin pill is our sect's treasure. Now that it has been formed, it belongs to our Danding sect. It should belong to those who have contributed greatly to the sect, not to a person who is about to die, Shi Dengtian said without any trace of politeness. Look at this old bastard's shameless word. Mu Yu was instantly furious. Sect's treasure? You call these incomplete pills the sect's treasure? Mu Yu asked coldly. These incomplete pills were researched by the seniors in the sect. Are they not treasures? Shi Dengtian said without blushing at all. Mu Yu's lungs were about to explode. Normally, no one would care about these incomplete pills. Anyone could casually take them away. If Mu Yu had infused with it, then this incomplete pill would have been a pile of useless trash. Now that Mu Yu had turned trash into treasure, Shi Dengtian actually called trash the sect's treasure. Could these words be any more shameless? If it were not for the fact that Mu Yu could not beat this old bastard, he would have already thrown his shoe at his face. I was the one who completed the incomplete pill. Before I completed it, did you treat it like a treasure? How can the sect's most valuable treasure be borrowed by me so easily? Mu Yu was extremely angry. It's your honor to complete it. How could an outsider like you touch the things of the Danding sect? We're already being polite by not arresting you. Shi Dengtian didn't even consider Mu Yu as a member of the Danding sect. Mu Yu's gaze grew colder and colder. He looked at the others and asked coldly, do you think so too? Do you think I'm an outsider too? Daoist Dan frowned. Mu Yu, you have a master. You cannot be an inner disciple of the Danding sect. You are not a member of the Danding sect. This answer made Mu Yu's heart turn cold. He should have known that this trip to the Pill Cauldron School would not be an easy one. Daoist Dan had never believed him. He only allowed him to come in as a disciple of the Danding sect because of Ku Mu. In fact, Mu Yu and Ku Mu's every move these days was secretly monitored. What about Kumu? Isn't Kumu a member of the Danding sect? Aren't you going to save him? Mu Yu was very resentful. He didn't care about being a disciple of the Danding sect. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the disciples of the Danding sect had unlimited prospects and would become outstanding alchemists in the future. However, Mu Yu had no interest in alchemy at all. If it wasn't for Kumu's face, why would he go through so much trouble to wander around the Danding sect? Did he have nothing better to do? Of course we will save him. But whether or not to use such an important thing like the returning pill to save him is not up to a junior like you to decide, Shi Dengtian said arrogantly. So, who do you plan to use this returning pill? Shi Dengtian, you? Mu Yu sneered. He held the pill tightly in his hand. He would rather die than hand it over. How dare you? How dare you be so rude? Didn't your elders teach you to respect your elders? Shi Dengtian said angrily. I say, are you retarded? You don't treat me as one of your own and you talk to me about respecting my elders. What kind of elder are you to me? If you want to be respected by others, you must first learn how to respect yourself. Only a ghost would respect someone as shameless as you. Mu Yu had already thrown caution to the wind. He couldn't calm down when something happened to Kumu. Shi Dengtian and Kumu had always had old grudges, so Mu Yu didn't have to be polite to him. You're courting death. Shi Dengtian clenched his fists. If it wasn't for the old man guarding the pavilion, Mu Yu would have been killed by him 10,000 times. Kill me if you can. Mu Yu wasn't afraid at all. He could see that the old man guarding the pavilion wouldn't let Shi Dengtian do it. The returning pill could let a person's body return to the state it was 20 years ago. It was equivalent to having an extra 20 years of life. Looking at Shi Dengtian's greedy eyes, he would probably snatch it over regardless of anything. Who wouldn't want to be truly 20 years younger? The sect leader will decide how to distribute the pills, Shi Dengtian said coldly after a while. What do you all think? Daoist Dan asked. Since the incomplete pill was fused by Mu Yu, it should belong to Mu Yu. Because of his identity, and Mu Yu was brought back by Kumu, then let Kumu deal with it, the medicine master said. If Kumu was awake now, he would naturally know that such a precious pill isn't something a cripple like him can use, Shi Dengtian sneered. Bullsh *T. He's unconscious and you're still making sarcastic remarks. You keep calling him a cripple. Is this how you treat your fellow disciples? Mu Yu said angrily. Impudent. Are you that uncultured? What? You still expect an outsider to respect you? Enough. All of you shut up. I'll decide on this matter. The old man guarding the pavilion who had been silent suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at the old man guarding the pavilion. The old man guarding the pavilion was just a guard of the Pill Scripture Pavilion. His position in the Pill Cauldron sect was very high. Even Daoist Dan didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. We've always thought that the returning pill was an impossible pill. However, since someone made the impossible possible, then this returning pill should belong to that person. Mu Yu, take the returning pill and save Kumu. The old man guarding the pavilion said unquestionably. Martial uncle, I'm afraid this isn't good, Shi Dengtian pursed his lips. Do you really think that you have the final say in the Pill Cauldron sect? Where do you think we old guys are? The old man guarding the pavilion reprimanded. Kumu is a member of the Pill Cauldron sect and is the branch master of Green Bamboo Peak. He took Mu Yu as his disciple, so Mu Yu is a member of the Pill Cauldron sect. There's nothing to argue about this. As Kumu's martial brother, you don't want to save your fellow disciple. Instead, you call Kumu trash in front of me. Do you have any respect for me? Martial uncle, this disciple knows his mistake. Shi Dengtian tactfully shut his mouth. He didn't dare to provoke the old man guarding the pavilion. Does anyone else have a problem with my way of doing things? The old man guarding the pavilion changed his original carefree style and suddenly became incomparably solemn. His entire person exuded a dignified aura that made people feel deep veneration for him. No one said a word, even Daoist Dan didn't say anything. Mu Yu knew that the old man guarding the pavilion couldn't be the only senior behind the scenes. There must be other people hiding on some mountain. There might even be some people secretly watching the situation here. He glanced at the surrounding elders. There might be people with extremely high seniority among these elders. Mu Yu nodded gratefully at the old man guarding the pavilion. Although this old man had a fiery temper and liked to quarrel like an old urchin, at least he was a person who knew right from wrong. Although he kept scolding Ku Mu, he was also very concerned about Ku Mu's safety. Mu Yu didn't have time to think too much. He immediately ran towards the bamboo house. Wait. The old man guarding the pavilion stopped Mu Yu. What's wrong now? Mu Yu thought that he had changed his mind and asked vigilantly. Ku Mu's matter might be my fault, just a possibility. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. In short, Ku Mu is lucky to have a disciple like you. Yes, this is to make up for God giving him such an unlucky martial uncle, so he decided to give him an excellent disciple. Mu Yu didn't blush when he said this. He just wanted to deliberately anger the old man guarding the pavilion. After all, Ku Mu's accident today was caused by him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troublesome things. You're really the same as Ku Mu, that little rascal. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The old man guarding the pavilion angrily glared at Mu Yu. But at this moment, Commander Liu's voice suddenly came from the sky. Sectmaster, it's not good. Something has happened. Commander Liu descended from the sky and bowed to everyone. Then, he said somewhat anxiously. What happened? Daoist Dan frowned. Something has happened to Dan Ling, Commander Liu said in a deep voice. Dan Ling? What could have happened there? A senior of our Danding sect is buried there. Who would be so bold as to destroy it? The old man guarding the pavilion turned and asked. I don't know either. Just now, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and smashed a tomb into pieces. When we arrived, we didn't find anything unusual. We searched everywhere and didn't find anyone suspicious, Commander Liu said truthfully. Which senior's tomb is it? Daoist Dan's heart jumped. It's the tomb of Joyoung Daoist. Who's Joyoung Daoist? Why does it sound so familiar? Mu Yu scratched his head. Then, he remembered that the inventor of the Guyuan pill was the Joyoung Daoist. But why was there so much lightning in broad daylight? Why did he strike a tomb after striking himself? Did he have nothing better to do? Could it be the heavenly tribulation? The old man guarding the pavilion opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. This ethereal way of the heavens was quite interesting. The Guyuan pill was a 7th-level medicinal pill. After the pill was formed, it would definitely attract the heavenly tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation was resolved, it actually struck the tomb of Joyoung Daoist directly. Poor Joyoung Daoist. He didn't even die in peace. Instead, he was struck by lightning. However, if he knew that his incomplete pill had been completed, it wouldn't matter how many times he was struck by lightning. After all, he had fulfilled his wish. Chapter 201. Mu Yu was bored to death as he sat at the highest point of the bamboo forest, overlooking the entire green bamboo peak. Below him was the bamboo house, and Deadwood was lying on the bed at the moment. Deadwood had already taken the returning to origin pill, but he still hadn't woken up. Xiao Shuai said that he was fine now, and waking up was only a matter of time, so he didn't have to worry too much. Deadwood had been unconscious for 3 days, and Lung Bingxue hadn't left his side for 3 days. Originally, Mu Yu also wanted to stay inside, but then he found the atmosphere a bit awkward. He and Lung Bingxue had nothing to talk about, and Lung Bingxue had been silent the whole time, which was comparable to Deadwood. These two people were a good match. Mu Yu didn't want to be a third wheel, so he left them alone in the room. Whatever happened, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Today was the sect's competition for the 2 spots to go to Sky Beyond Sky, and Mu Yu didn't even know if he was qualified to participate. That day, they had already made it clear that Mu Yu wasn't a member of the Danding sect, so Mu Yu didn't want to go and ask for a snub. Deadwood hadn't woken up yet, so he didn't feel at ease to participate in the competition. If there was an emergency, he could help. But someone seemed to be more anxious than him. Kid, what are you doing here? Hurry up and participate in today's competition. At this moment, the old man guarding the pavilion appeared beside Mu Yu, and slapped Mu Yu's head. Hey, old man, next time you come over, can you cough first? You'll scare me to death. Mu Yu painfully touched the back of his head. The old man guarding the pavilion's strength wasn't comparable to Deadwood's. Besides, didn't you not allow an outsider to participate in this competition? Under my intervention, we've decided to make an exception for you. The old man guarding the pavilion had a "you should thank me" expression, and he even revealed a mysterious smile. Mu Yu looked at him and didn't trust him at all. There was no benefit for him to participate in this competition, so why would he help him? Was it just because of his guilt towards Deadwood? Don't joke. Guilt definitely couldn't be made up for like this. What? You still don't believe me? I don't believe you, Mu Yu said sincerely. Damn it. Cut the crap and let's go. The old man lifted Mu Yu's collar and stepped into the void. Before Mu Yu could object, he was picked up like a chick. Then, he felt his vision go black, as if he had entered the darkness. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He only felt that there seemed to be some blurry light around him that was rapidly receding. Walking in the void was a skill that could only be mastered by cultivators above the spirit-severing stage. Mu Yu was already accustomed to it. At that time, the dead tree often took him out for a stroll, but he still felt that he didn't like this way of walking. When Mu Yu came back to his senses, he had already been thrown out. Fortunately, he stabilized his footing in time, and then he cursed in his heart that this old bastard didn't know how to love the young at all. Couldn't he be gentle? Mu Yu was thrown into a square. He looked around and saw people coming and going. The others were also a little surprised by the sudden appearance of Mu Yu, but after seeing Mu Yu's face, everyone's expression was as if they had eaten shit. It seemed that they didn't welcome Mu Yu's arrival. Hello. Mu Yu greeted them as if he was familiar with them, but no one paid attention to him. Mu Yu saw a small stone table in front of him. On it, there was a medicinal pill, a piece of paper, and a pen. In addition, there was a number plate with 38 written on it. What's with this 38 number plate? Mu Yu scratched his nose, and then said to a little girl next to him, "Little sister, let's change the number plate." Don't. The little girl straightforwardly refused. At the same time, she vigilantly glanced at Mu Yu, looking at him as if she was looking at a pervert. I'm sure everyone is clear about the rules of this competition. Then, the first round of selection will officially begin, a middle-aged examiner with a resolute face and slightly dark skin announced. Begin what? Clear what? Mu Yu didn't understand anything when he heard the examiner's words. He looked around and found that everyone was carefully picking up the medicinal pill, carefully examining it. Some people even put it under their nose to smell it. Some people used their fingernails to lightly scratch the surface of the medicinal pill, and some people had already started writing. Everyone knew what the first round of selection was, except for Mu Yu, who was like an idiot and didn't know what was going on. You cheated. Get out. The examiner walked over and pointed at Mu Yu and sternly said. Ah! Mu Yu looked at the examiner blankly. How did he cheat? The competition hadn't even started and it was already over. I just want to know what the first round is about. Mu Yu simply had an impulse to curse his father. Kumu didn't explain to him how the examination was conducted. Presumably, even if he asked, he wouldn't be clear about it. That old man guarding the pavilion also didn't explain clearly before leaving him here. It felt as if he was raising a silly child, leaving him to fend for himself. Wasn't there a responsible person? The examiner looked at Mu Yu. Are you making fun of me? Mu Yu rolled his eyes. This dark-faced examiner wasn't someone to be trifled with. He would only waste his sense of humor on this kind of person if he had nothing better to do. Nobody told me what the first round is about. Humph. What's your name? Which faction are you a disciple of? My name is Mu Yu. I'm a disciple of the Green Bamboo Peak. Mu Yu sincerely replied. The examiner was surprised. He carefully sized up Mu Yu and only then did he realize that he was a little unfamiliar. Mu Yu's reputation in the Pill Cauldron sect had inadvertently caused a stir these past few days. Naturally, he had also heard of him. His expression eased a little, and then he said, "The first test is to identify pill recipes. Look at this level 4 medicinal pill in front of you and write down all the medicinal pill recipes that you can recognize." Identify pill recipes? This isn't fair. Little Shuai climbed onto Mu Yu's shoulder. It is a little unfair. Mu Yu was a little surprised. Who would have thought that this round would actually be this kind of test? Unfair? Humph. You don't even have this most basic ability. How can you call yourself an alchemist? The examiner disdainfully glanced at Mu Yu and left. He knew that Kumu Changqing didn't walk the path of a proper alchemist and probably had no experience in identifying pill recipes. That was why he thought it was unfair to them. However, a slight smile appeared on Mu Yu's lips. This was indeed unfair. However, this was unfair to the others and not to him. Medicinal pills were usually mainly composed of medicinal herbs, with some other supplementary ingredients. To Mu Yu, identifying medicinal herbs was a piece of cake. As for the other ingredients, Mu Yu had learned from Kumu Changqing for 2 years. He basically recognized what Kumu Changqing knew. Mu Yu picked up the medicinal pill. This was a dark medicinal pill. There were 4 faint white stripes on it, indicating that this was a level 4 medicinal pill. He wasn't like the others who had to sniff or scratch with their fingernails. Some people even had to use their tongues to lick. When his hand touched the medicinal pill, various medicinal ingredients of this medicinal pill immediately appeared in his mind. Feather hill grass, silk worker flower, demon grassroot. Mu Yu didn't hesitate to write down the ingredients of all the medicinal herbs. This was an easy task. He could even find the 10-horse leaf, which was smaller than a grain of sand. This thing was odorless. Moreover, it was wrapped in the middle. It definitely couldn't be smelled. If the medicinal pill wasn't opened, it definitely wouldn't be discovered. Even if it was opened, it would be difficult to identify with its size. To identify the 10-horse leaf, one had to have a very strong spiritual power, enough to permeate into the medicinal pill. Using the different medicinal ingredients of the medicinal pill, one had to determine the ingredients. Otherwise, one had to be an expert like Mu Yu, who was born with the ability to control plants. The former had a very high requirement for spiritual power. Generally, cultivators who hadn't reached the out-of-body stage and who had been immersed in alchemy all year round wouldn't be able to identify it. As for the latter, it was an exception. No one could explain its existence. This level 4 medicinal pill had 98 different medicinal ingredients. As Mu Yu wrote, he scolded the stupid alchemist who refined this level 4 medicinal pill. Why did he have to use so many ingredients? His hands were sore from writing. Mu Yu used the feedback from these medicinal ingredients to identify other ingredients, including the blood of the spirit fox, the powder of the demon toad's heart, and 9 other non-medicinal ingredients. To Mu Yu, who had memorized the Poison Sutra, these non-medicinal ingredients were like playing house. There was no challenge at all. Mu Yu finished writing very quickly. He raised his head and looked around. He realized that no one had handed in their answers. He was the only one who had completed it. Many people were staring at the medicinal pill with their eyes wide open. It was as if the medicinal pill would write out the ingredients by itself if they looked at it for a while longer. It looked especially comical. Following that, he met the unfriendly gaze of the head examiner. It was as if he had been discovered. He looked around again. This head examiner had been staring at Mu Yu the entire time. He had been trying to catch evidence of him cheating. Unfortunately, Mu Yu's speed was too fast. He didn't give him any chance at all. He yawned contentedly, then stretched his body. He picked up his answer and walked over to the head examiner. Mu Yu's actions attracted the attention of many people. No one had handed in their answers. He was undoubtedly the first one. Many people were still scratching their ears and cheeks. It was as if they felt that there were still some ingredients that they hadn't identified. They were making up some nonsense. Maybe they would step on dog shit and guess correctly. Could the colored glass grass be in there? The dog's tail flower should be in there. What about the 7 damaged leaf? Forget it. I'll just write it down to make up the number. When Mu Yu walked over, a little fatty beside him was making a mess. Hearing him, Mu Yu wanted to laugh. It turned out that the disciples of the Danding sect weren't that great. In terms of identifying medicinal pills and identifying prescriptions, Mu Yu had left them in the dust. Mu Yu really wanted to tell the little fatty that these things weren't in the medicinal pill. However, seeing the little fatty's confident look, Mu Yu decided not to discourage him. When he walked over, he secretly glanced at the other people's papers. He found that they didn't even have 10 ingredients written on their papers. The most they had written was 20 ingredients. Everyone had a different way of handling the medicinal pill. Those who were gentle, like Mu Yu, would touch it and be done with it. Most of them would pinch the medicinal pill here and there. There were even some people who dismembered the medicinal pill and turned it into powder. These medicinal pills were definitely worthless. Otherwise, the Danding sect wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. According to Mu Yu's estimation, this medicinal pill shouldn't have any special effects. It was probably just a tool used to test the disciples. He's that Mu Yu. He's so fast. He's the last to arrive and the first to hand in his paper. Shu Zai and Bi Wenshuan haven't finished yet. He definitely can't write it down, or he's just messing it up. He thinks he can get away with it. It's hard to say. After all, he's someone who integrated with the returning pill. He didn't even study systematically. That integration must be a coincidence. And integration is just a step. How could it be so complicated? Today's test was watched by many disciples of the Jindan period. When they saw that Mu Yu handed in his paper in less than a quarter of an hour, there was a lot of discussion. No one had ever dared to hand in their paper so quickly. Everyone had to dawdle until the time was up to hand in their paper. Even if they couldn't recognize it, they could make up more. Mu Yu handing in his paper early undoubtedly made many people feel that he was very arrogant. Even the chief examiner looked at Mu Yu with disdain. Just when Mu Yu was about to hand in his paper, he was suddenly slapped on the back of his head. "Old man, what are you doing?" When Mu Yu saw that it was the old man guarding the pavilion, he suddenly became angry. "I hit you and you still have a problem? Who told you to hand in your paper so early? Can't you write more? If you can't write, you can make up a few. What if you can't enter the 3rd round?" The old man guarding the pavilion didn't see the answer paper in Mu Yu's hand. Mu Yu rolled up the paper. He thought that Mu Yu didn't write much at all or couldn't write at all. In his eyes, Deadwood himself wasn't a proper alchemist. How could he teach a real alchemist? Chapter 202. Conspiracy. How could there be? The old man's face turned red. His action immediately made Mu Yu certain that he must have set a trap for him. There must be. "Look, your face is red." Xiao Shui raised his little paw and said, "I would use a conspiracy to deal with you." "Humph. Don't be silly, I am giving face to the dead tree." When the old man said this, his face turned red again. Obviously, his explanation was not persuasive at all. "Damn, let's not talk about a conspiracy first. Can't you write a little more if you can't write it? If you dare to hand in a blank paper, you are dead." The old man snatched the answer paper from Mu Yu's hand and angrily opened it. Seeing that Mu Yu had written so much, he was suddenly dumbfounded. He grabbed the medicinal pill on Mu Yu's table and the medicinal pill immediately flew into his hand. He gently rubbed it with his hand and compared it with Mu Yu's answer. He was so surprised that his eyeballs almost fell out. With his cultivation, it was only a matter of a moment for him to see through the composition of this medicinal pill. You. The old man's face was filled with shock. What Mu Yu had written was neither excessive nor lacking in any of it. This kind of ability to know the recipe without 20 years of alchemy experience was simply impossible. At least, the old man couldn't do it when he was Mu Yu's age. How old was this kid now? How could he be so heaven-defying? And the time he used was so little. He couldn't have cheated, right? If the old man didn't know that the possibility of cheating in this competition was 0, Perhaps he would really treat Mu Yu as cheating. The competition of the Danding sect was absolutely fair and there was no chance of cheating. Besides, Mu Yu also didn't have a chance to cheat. He had been staying at Green Bamboo Peak these days and he was the one who brought him to participate in the competition. Why are you stuttering? Have you been infected by the dead tree, old man? Mu Yu asked strangely. How could you write so much? The old man couldn't help but ask. The dead tree, old man taught me. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Mu Yu directly stuffed this matter to the dead tree. He taught you this? How is this possible? He's much more powerful than all of you. It's just that you don't know. As the disciple of Elder Ku Mu, I have received all of his true teachings. Mu Yu disdainfully scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. His tone was very conceited, intentionally or unintentionally raising Deadwood's status and giving him face. Do you think I don't know what he's capable of? The old man still didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, then forget it. You can get me another pill and let me try again. If I miss a single herb, then consider it my loss. However, try to reduce the ingredients of the pill as much as possible. Writing a lot of words will make my hands sore. Mu Yu did not like to write. His handwriting was very ugly. When the village chief taught him how to read, he said that his handwriting was like an earthworm crawling. However, he had always felt that these words were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, elegant and free. The old man looked at Mu Yu suspiciously. Soon, he smiled and said, "There's no need to test anymore. You've passed anyway. I knew you weren't simple, and you were able to enter the third round. Not bad, not bad. What are you planning? Hey, don't go." Before Mu Yu could finish speaking, the old man ran off again. He came and left in a hurry, but he didn't make things clear. Poor Mu Yu didn't know what to do next. Damn it. In the future, I'll definitely beat this old bastard up. Mu Yu felt that this old man was really asking for a beating. Mu Yu found a shady place to sit down under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Most of these people thought that Mu Yu must not have written anything since he handed in his paper so early. Mu Yu couldn't be bothered with them. Why are you out so quickly? At this moment, Cai Lai ran over. Ah, you've been released. Mu Yu knew that Cai Lai had been grounded for the past few days. It's useless to cram at the last minute. Who knows what Master is thinking? Cai Lai spread his hands. He was bored to death from being grounded for the past few days. That's right, the first round of testing takes 6 hours. You came out in less than 15 minutes. You wrote so quickly? Cai Lai asked. What? 6 hours? Why did it take so long? Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Why did it take so long to analyze this pill? Forget it. It's still early anyway. I'll bring you to see someone, Cai Lai said mysteriously. Who? Mu Yu didn't understand. You'll know when you come. Cai Lai flew off into the distance after saying that. Mu Yu could only follow. Cai Lai brought Mu Yu to his residence. Mu Yu thought that he was going to let him experience the feeling of being grounded. He didn't expect that the moment he landed, a figure would directly jump into his arms. Big brother Mu Yu. Mu Yu's heart warmed. How could he not recognize this familiar voice? Tian Ran was wearing a light green outfit today. She still looked like a cute little elf. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Mu Yu still recognized this innocent voice immediately. Tian Ran. Mu Yu cracked a smile as he looked at Tian Ran. The moment he saw Tian Ran, his heart was filled with joy. The gloominess in his heart was swept away. Big brother Mu Yu, you're really here. Tian Ran raised her head. Her face was filled with joy. Cai Lai secretly told me that you were here. I thought he was lying to me. Turns out you're really here. Mu Yu looked at Tian Ran, who was half a head shorter than him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Tian Ran's cultivation was about the same as his. They were both at the 5th firmament of the nascent soul stage. This girl's talent didn't lose to his. She really didn't lose out to her identity as the daughter of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Not only am I here, I'm also going to the sky beyond heaven this time, Mu Yu said. Really? That's great. Tian Ran was an innocent child. She didn't ask why at all. Xiao Shuai wriggled out of Mu Yu's arms and pounced on Tian Ran. Big sister Tian Ran, I missed you so much. Xiao Shuai, how have you been? Have you become more handsome recently? Tian Ran hugged Xiao Shuai to her chest. Xiao Shuai shamelessly rubbed his head against the soft part of her body. Tian Ran couldn't wait to ask if Mu Yu was the person who had stirred up a commotion on Fujian Island. After receiving an affirmative answer, she looked at Mu Yu with a face full of admiration. I'm sorry. May I ask if I'm heir? Cai Lai asked stiffly. Tian Ran and Mu Yu had completely ignored Cai Lai the moment they met. Brother Cai Lai, you're here too. I missed you too. Xiao Shuai twisted his body in front of Tian Ran's chest and rubbed his head against the soft part of her body. Get lost, Cai Lai said without hesitation. Tian Ran came with her senior sister Miao Yu. In fact, the day of entering the second heaven had not yet arrived. They had come early. The relationship between the Red Dust sect and the Pill Cauldron sect was very good. Tian Ran often came here to play, so she wasn't shy at all. Cai Lai and she had known each other for a long time. Tian Ran's current strength was one heaven higher than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu thought that his cultivation speed was the fastest. He didn't expect that Tian Ran's speed was not slower than his. Oh right, our trip to the sky beyond heaven this time is not as simple as just cultivation, Tian Ran suddenly said. Cai Lai and Mu Yu looked at her in confusion, especially Cai Lai. Even he didn't know about this. Then what are we going for? For a vacation? Mu Yu actually didn't care about this question. No matter what other people's motives were, it had nothing to do with him. He was just going to look for something. Haven't you guys heard? Ever since Yu Meng appeared in Lanshi City last year, he has been causing trouble in various cities. My master said that they should be looking for something, Tian Ran said mysteriously. Mu Yu frowned. The turmoil in Lanshi City last time was still vivid in his mind. The destruction that Yu Meng could cause was very powerful. Not everyone had the ability to deal with them. They also wouldn't fight you one-on-one. If they just used guerrilla warfare, you wouldn't be able to do anything to them. I've heard about this too. Yu Meng attacked a city half a month ago. The city suffered heavy casualties. Cai Lai nodded thoughtfully. But what does this have to do with us going to the sky beyond heaven? I heard from the elders in the sect that there is reliable evidence that Yu Meng has infiltrated the second heaven. If the second heaven wants it, then give it to them. Other than the dense spirit chi there, it's a barren land. It's not suitable for humans to live there. There are too many powerful demonic beasts there. Looking at Cai Lai's expression, it seemed that he wasn't even willing to enter the second heaven. He was completely forced to go. Our mission this time is to find Yu Meng's base in the second heaven. It's best if we can destroy them, Tian Ran said. Is the second heaven very important? Mu Yu didn't understand. It's not important. However, no matter what kind of creature it is, spirit chi is very important. If Yu Meng is in the second heaven, it's very easy for him to recover his spirit chi. Once he makes a comeback, we humans will suffer another calamity, Tian Ran explained seriously. So with just us nascent soul cultivators? They really think highly of us. Mu Yu felt that sending a few nascent soul cultivators to destroy Yumen's base was really courting death. Yu Meng didn't lack powerful existences, especially those who could control the 5 elements. Thinking about Mu Yu himself, if he could use trees openly, he felt that he wouldn't lose to those so-called geniuses of the cultivation world in a fight. There's no other way. The transmission array can't withstand the transmission waves of cultivators above the nascent soul stage. The elders in the sect said that this time, we're going to explore the path and also cultivate our sense of danger. Next, they'll think of a way to improve the transmission array and send out-of-body cultivators to the second heaven, Tian Ran said. Cultivate sense of danger? Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Mu Yu remembered that when he was in the Moyun mountain range, all the sects had gathered together to investigate Yu Meng's whereabouts. The result was disastrous. Explore the path. If something happens, it'll be a huge loss. Cai Lai curled his lips. I don't want to die young. Senior brother Cai Lai, stop fooling around. You know that nothing will happen to us. Tian Ran rebuked. Mu Yu heard from Cai Lai that after they entered the second heaven, each of them had a jade pendant on them. The aura of this jade pendant was connected to the transmission array. As long as they crushed the jade pendant, the transmission array would forcibly send them back. Therefore, they couldn't lose the jade pendant after entering. If they encountered danger, they could use the jade pendant to escape. If they wanted to return to the third heaven, they had to rely on the jade pendant. I'd better look for my own herbs. I don't have any experience with Yu Meng. Although Mu Yu said this, he had actually dealt with Yu Meng more than once. When Old Treehead told him that Yu Meng had found a way to leave the Moyun mountain range, he had always thought that Old Treehead was joking. In the end, he was brought to the third heaven by the transmission array and had to take a long shortcut. Mu Yu thought about the inexplicable dark side that sometimes appeared in his body. Sometimes, he felt that cultivators shouldn't exist in this world. This kind of negative thinking was very similar to Yu Meng's. Although Mu Yu didn't want to admit it, he knew that he couldn't shake off his relationship with Yu Meng. After that, Tian Ran kept asking Mu Yu about the floating immortal island. Mu Yu patiently answered her questions. After some time, Cai Lai reminded Mu Yu that the test had ended and that it was time to check the results. If there were no accidents, he would definitely get first place in the first round of pill knowledge. After all, he didn't miss out on a single herb. Yes. There's also that bet. Mu Yu didn't forget about it. Back then, he had made a bet with Shi Minghui and Shu Zai. If Mu Yu could successfully fuse the incomplete pill, they would shout his name in the sky above the Danding sect and call him a big idiot. They wanted everyone in the Danding sect to hear. Then, they would slap him 10 times in front of everyone. Finally, they would crawl to the green bamboo peak and kowtow to Elder Ku Mu. Chapter 203. Who do you think will get those 2 spots this time? Needless to say, it will definitely be Shu Zai and Bi Wenshuan. Of course, Xiao Hua might also get it. Isn't there still Mu Yu who fused with the incomplete pill? Him? Don't joke around. I saw that guy hand in his paper in less than a quarter of an hour. He definitely can't write it. He doesn't even want to waste time to make up stories. Bi Wenshuan and Shu Zai both took 2 hours. If he can write it in a quarter of an hour, I will chop my head off and let you kick it as a ball. Last time, you also made a bet with me that if Mu Yu could fuse with the incomplete pill, you would chop your head off and kick it as a ball. That was a coincidence. It doesn't count. The surrounding people booed as they looked at the disciple who was gossiping. This kind of person was outspoken and spoke without thinking. It wasn't rare for him to make a joke out of himself. Many people were waiting for the final results. This kind of test was very cruel. Only 10 people would be chosen in the first round. This meant that more than 200 people would be eliminated. Everyone was eagerly anticipating that their names would appear on the list for the second round. Senior brother Shu, congratulations. This time, you will definitely get one of the 2 spots. That's right. With senior brother Shu's aptitude, you will definitely surpass everyone this time. Shu Zai stood proudly in the middle of a group of disciples, enjoying the compliments of others. He was very talented among the rank 4 alchemists in the Danding sect. He came from Shi Dengtian's lineage and was highly regarded by Shi Dengtian. After being flattered by others, he naturally became complacent. Senior brother, I heard that this time, there is someone called Mu Yu who wants to fight for this spot. What do you think? Shu Zai glanced at the disciple who spoke and sneered, him? Me. I think he is delusional. He is just a rookie who hasn't even entered the sect. But he fused the incomplete pill. Also, I heard that senior brother made a bet with him. Senior brother, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Someone in the crowd suddenly said in a strange tone. Shu Zai's eyes twitched, and his face sank. He angrily looked towards the source of the voice. He wanted to see which idiot dared to say such a thing. When he saw that it was Cai Lai, his expression turned ugly. Among the young disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect, although his reputation was high, There were still some disciples who did not respect him. Cai Lai was undoubtedly one of them. Why aren't you saying anything? Oh right, what about that guy called Shiminghui? Why don't I see him? Come and fulfill your promise. Don't be a coward. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Are you so spineless? At this time, Mu Yu also strode over and shouted at the top of his lungs, letting more people know about this matter. Many people automatically made way for him. After all, this was a person who could fuse an incomplete pill that none of the previous generations could complete. Although everyone felt that a large part of his success was due to trickery, he was still an unprecedented person. Shiminghui has already obtained the qualifications to enter the second layer of heaven. He is currently in closed-door cultivation. How would he have the mood to pay attention to someone like you who is handing in a blank paper? Shu Zai heard that Mu Yu handed in his paper in 15 minutes. He thought that Mu Yu definitely did not know how to smell the pill, so he handed in his paper early. His in closed-door cultivation. Why did he have to go into closed-door cultivation after knowing that he lost the bet? I think he's a coward who doesn't have the face to fulfill his promise, Cai Lai said disdainfully. You said that the incomplete pill was fused by you, so it was fused by you? We didn't see it with our own eyes. Maybe it was Elder Kumu who fused it. I'm afraid you lost this bet, right? Shu Zai said. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. It was one thing to lose the bet, but there was actually someone who went back on his word. When Mu Yu formed the pill, there was indeed no one around who saw it. Only the sect leader and the other elders knew. They naturally had no interest in getting involved in this matter. This gave Shu Zai an excuse to be stubborn. Wow. I thought that even if I burned your skin with a flaming pill stone for 3 days and 3 nights, it still wouldn't be completely burned off. It's really too thick. Mu Yu was a little shocked. He touched Little Handsome and suspected that even Little Handsome's skin was not as thick as this guy's. Shu Zai did not blush at all. Instead, he was somewhat complacent. Unless you can openly fuse an incomplete pill in front of everyone, you've lost this bet. Mu Yu looked at his stinky face. No matter how he looked at it, he hated it. He did not expect that there would be someone who made him feel so disgusted. He was actually so shameless. I fused an incomplete pill. The sect leader and all the branch heads can testify. Do you want to come with me and ask them? Mu Yu said with a smile that was not a smile. Sect leader? Shu Zai's mouth crooked. Good. You dare to use the sect leader's name to give false testimony for you. This crime is enough to make you face the wall for a year. Everyone heard that this Mu Yu actually dared to despise the sect leader's authority. What do you all say we should do? Holy shit. How shameless was this Shu Zai? He actually dared to make false accusations. Even Cai Lai could not bear to listen to these words. It was a stain on the Danding sect's reputation that there was someone who could distort black and white like this. Mu Yu looked around and finally found the old man who was dozing off on a chair in the distance. Without any explanation, he walked over in large strides. Under everyone's gaze, he actually pulled the old man's messy beard and shouted, "Hey, get up and testify." His action frightened all the disciples of the Danding sect. Everyone knew how high the seniority of the old man guarding the pavilion was. Usually, no one dared to offend this old man. Who would have thought that Mu Yu actually ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts and dared to pull his beard? Everyone was waiting for Mu Yu to be caught and beaten up by the old man. You little bastard, what are you doing? The old man scolded. Who fused with the incomplete pill? Mu Yu deliberately asked. You fused with the incomplete pill. What does that have to do with pulling my beard? The old man really wanted to beat Mu Yu up. No matter how he looked at it, this little bastard was comparable to the dead tree. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Even the old man admitted that it was Mu Yu who fused with the incomplete pill. All right, it's none of your business. Go back to sleep. Mu Yu walked over with a smile. Shu Zai's face had already turned pale. At this time, if he dared to find an excuse, he would really be courting death. So what if you fused with the incomplete pill? Do you really think you can go to the second layer of heaven after handing in a blank paper? Shu Zai began to change the topic. Do you think I handed in a blank paper? Mu Yu looked at Shu Zai as if he was looking at an idiot. If you can enter the top 10 this time, I will fulfill the bet on the spot. How about it? Shu Zai didn't believe that Mu Yu could enter the top 10 with a pill recipe written in a short 15 minutes. There were many talented people in the Danding sect. He didn't think that a person who cultivated the Tao of poison could surpass him in alchemy. This time, everyone heard it. Mu Yu was very confident in himself. He could identify all the pill recipes. He didn't believe that he couldn't enter the top 10. They're coming out. They're coming out. The examiner is coming out. At this time, someone with sharp eyes shouted. Sure enough, a middle-aged man with a serious face walked out of the hall with a list in his hand. Now, I will announce the top 10 names. These 10 people can directly enter the second round of the test. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. Then, he threw the paper in his hand into the air. The red paper grew in the wind and turned into a huge red list. Some information was written on it with golden words. B. Wen Xuan, identified 85 pill recipes. Shu Zai, identified 82 pill recipes. Xiao Hua, identified 81 pill recipes. Zhong Yuyu, identified 78 pill recipes. Liu Yu, identified 77 pill recipes. Wang Sheng, identified 77 pill recipes. Mu Yu looked from the beginning to the end. After he finished reading, his face darkened. His name didn't appear on it. What? Your name isn't on it. Cai Lai frowned. There must be a mistake, right? How could this be? Tian Ran asked worriedly. I said you can't do it. Humph. Trash is trash. Shu Zai laughed. He entered the second round as the second place, but Mu Yu's name wasn't on it. This meant that he won the bet. Mu Yu felt like he was about to go crazy. He had identified 98 pill recipes, but none of them had appeared on the list. Just what had happened? What else do you have to say? Shu Zai looked at Mu Yu with a smug look. You want to get a spot? You're dreaming. I said he can't do it. That's right. Senior brother Shu is talented and intelligent. How can this clown compare to him? Congratulations, senior brother Shu. Immediately, many disciples started to flatter Shu Zai and belittle Mu Yu. Mu Yu was just a nobody. They were all high and mighty alchemists. How could they look up to him? Mu Yu looked at the old man with a questioning gaze. It must be this old man's doing. He obviously knew that he identified all the pill recipes, but he didn't give him a spot. Was he playing dirty? Quiet. The middle-aged man said loudly. Elder Lung has something to say. The crowd immediately quieted down. The old man's words were not something that the younger generation could ignore. The old man swept his eyes around and said loudly, other than these 10 people, there's one more person who can skip the second round and directly enter the third round after our discussion. Mu Yu identified 98 pill recipes. She completely identified all of them and took first place. What? Shu Zai was dumbfounded. He looked at the old man in disbelief. Mu Yu actually identified all the pill recipes? How was this possible? This slap on his face stunned him. He was just mocking Mu Yu for handing in a blank paper. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu directly advanced, leaving him in the dust. 98 types. Heavens! Is this true? B. Wen Xuan only identified 85 types. He actually identified 98 types. He only used a quarter of an hour. Is he cheating? As soon as the old man's voice fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many disciples expressed their disbelief. They had never seen anyone in the nascent soul stage who could completely identify the fourth-level pill recipes. How dare you? Are you questioning the dignity of the sect leader and the elders? The middle-aged man heard someone's doubts and immediately scolded. The disciples below were silent. Many people looked at Mu Yu. Some were in awe, but most were in disbelief. Could a person who came out of nowhere really do this? In fact, Everyone knew that Kumu's path was deviant. How good could his teaching be? But it was the person they looked down on who won the first round. It was really a slap in the face. Huh? Where's Shuzai? Why is he missing? Shilai came back to his senses and looked around for Shuzai, but Shuzai had disappeared in front of everyone. Could it be that he couldn't afford to lose and ran away? Tianran said with a face full of disgust. Humph. Senior brother Shu's stomach is not feeling well. He went back first. Don't be so proud. A few of Shuzai's loyal followers shouted. Chapter 204. But at this moment, two figures suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Everyone looked and saw that it was Shuzai and Shiminghui. The old man stepped out and looked at the two of them with disdain. He said, "About the bet that has been making a lot of noise these days, it's time to have a conclusion. Mu Yu has indeed fused with the incomplete pill. According to the bet, Shiminghui and Shuzai have to fulfill their promise. Every disciple of the Danding sect should be upright and upright. I won't allow anyone who doesn't keep their word to exist. Since the two of you have lost, you should act according to the bet." The old man glanced at Mu Yu and winked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was extremely surprised. Originally, Shuzai had shamelessly run away and Shiminghui was like a coward hiding in his shell. He did not expect the two of them to fulfill the bet, but he never expected that the old man would actually take the initiative to help him. He even dragged the two of them over. What was his purpose in helping him? Everyone was silent. Since the old man had spoken, Shuzai and Shiminghui probably couldn't renege on the bet. Shuzai stood up with an ashen face. Shiminghui's face was also red. Ever since Mu Yu fused with the incomplete pill, Shiminghui didn't dare to show his face. He didn't expect that he would be dragged over by a hand for no reason. If it was someone else, Shiminghui would definitely start cursing. But facing his grandfather's martial uncle, he was speechless. That was an old man with a frightening seniority. Even if he called his grandfather, Shi Dengtian, it wouldn't be of any use. "Hurry up, what was the bet again?" the old man asked majestically. His aura swept over and Shiminghui and Shuzai didn't even have the courage to speak. "Shout loudly that you're a big idiot and let everyone in the Danding sect know. Then slap yourself 20 times and crawl to the green bamboo peak to apologize to Elder Kumu." Cai Lai raised his hand enthusiastically. "Wrong, it's 10 slaps. Mu Yu kindly reminded. "Wrong, 40 slaps. Cai Lai raised his hand again. Mu Yu laughed. God knows if Cai Lai did it on purpose or not. Start shouting. All of you must remember that keeping promises is a virtue that every disciple of the Danding school should possess." The old man solemnly and respectfully said. "I'm an idiot." Shu Ziyi was on the verge of tears. His mouth moved, but under the watchful gaze of the old man, he had no choice but to speak. "One more time," the old man said. "If you lower your voice, shout until next year." Shuzai shuddered and then shouted hysterically, "I'm an idiot." Then he slapped himself in the face. Shiminghui glared hatefully at Mu Yu. He was much more straightforward than Shuzai, and directly shouted, "I'm a big idiot." He was also very happy with the slaps. Everyone's attention was attracted to this place. Many elders saw the old man guarding the pavilion and exchanged strange glances. He could offend anyone but the old man guarding the pavilion. He was the most difficult person to flaunt his seniority. Every elder obviously wanted to laugh, but they had to pretend to be serious. In the end, it looked neither fish nor fowl. Even Daoist Yun Dan, who was far away, had a smile on his face. Immediately after, Shu Ziyi and Shiminghui were forced to crawl towards Green Bamboo Peak. Everyone looked sympathetically at the two who admitted defeat. In their hearts, they could not help but pay more attention to Mu Yu. They did not understand why the old man guarding the pavilion would choose to help Mu Yu. "Hurry up and crawl. If you don't, I'll let you crawl again." The old man guarding the pavilion secretly glanced at Mu Yu. Once again, he had a look that said, "You have to thank me." Mu Yu felt more and more that this old man was very suspicious. He tried so hard to help him, but did not let him participate in the second round, but directly went to the third round. Why? What are the second and third rounds? Muyu quietly asked Cai Lai. The second round is to refine a fourth-tier pill. They will randomly choose a pill for you to refine. The third round is to try your best to refine your best pill. These 2 rounds are based on the pill's grade and effect. Cai Lai was very clear about this kind of thing. Muyu actually did not have confidence in the second and third round of refining pills. Originally, Dead Tree intended to teach Muyu some alchemy techniques. But later, Dead Tree accidentally had a heart attack. Muyu thought that he should have no hope, but the old man guarding the pavilion suddenly exempted him from the second round. Because the second round would directly eliminate a lot of people, Muyu would also be eliminated. But after he was sent to the third round, he did not have to worry about this. But why did the old man guarding the pavilion ensure that he entered the third round? Looking at the old man's sinister smile, he suddenly thought of something. You guys wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Muyu and Cai Lai told Tianran, and then chased after the old man's back. The old man guarding the pavilion was preparing to return to the Dan scripture pavilion, but Muyu called him at the corner. Are you here to thank me? Okay, no need to thank me. The old man guarding the pavilion said casually. Muyu rolled his eyes. This old man was really shameless. Why don't you let me enter the second round? Muyu directly asked. You still don't understand. I'm thinking for you. With the third-rate alchemy techniques you learned from Dead Tree, it would be strange if you can refine pills. The old man guarding the pavilion was actually considering this problem. Under his interference, the others agreed to let Muyu directly enter the third round. Then isn't the third round also refining pills? Muyu frowned. Wait, you won't be playing tricks in the third round, right? Ha. You just wait and see. If you want to get a spot, don't ask so much. The old man guarding the pavilion laughed. You won't say? I won't say. Even if you don't say, I can guess a little. Do you want to use me as free labor to fuse incomplete pills? Muyu asked tentatively. No, no. The old man guarding the pavilion looked away. Damn it. Don't tell me you really changed the third round to fusing incomplete pills. Muyu instantly understood what trick the old man was playing. The third and second round were both refining pills. If he was taking care of Muyu's inability to refine pills and let Muyu be exempted, then he would have to face the third round. The old man guarding the pavilion didn't need to help Muyu at all. The only benefit he could get from Muyu was to fuse incomplete pills. As long as Muyu could fuse incomplete pills, so what if he gave him a spot? He must have convinced the other elders and the sect leader in this way. This is too much. If you want to get a spot, you have to pay something. The old man guarding the pavilion realized that his trick had been seen through, so he didn't hide it anymore. Anyway, Muyu wanted a spot. If he wanted this spot, then he had to do things according to his rules. If Muyu couldn't fuse incomplete pills in the third round, then because he didn't have the results of the second round, even if he got first place in the first round, it would be useless. The evaluation of a spot was based on the overall results. Muyu only had the results of the first round. How could he compare to other people who had the results of 2 rounds? No one would be able to successfully fuse incomplete pills in the third round. Probably only Muyu had the hope of getting the results of the third round. So if Muyu wanted to get a spot, he had to have the results of 2 rounds like everyone else. He was exempted from the second round by the old man guarding the pavilion, which meant that he had to fuse incomplete pills to get the results of the third round. This competition was completely targeted at Muyu. From the beginning to the end, the rules were changed for Muyu. If Muyu couldn't fuse incomplete pills in the third round, then he wouldn't be qualified to get a spot to enter the second layer of heaven. What a pity. I've already mastered the quick core cultivation method, so I can't form any more pills. Muyu knew that he had been tricked by the old man guarding the pavilion. He smiled evilly in his heart and shook his head with a regretful look. He raised his hand and a yellow spiritual power wrapped around his palm. This was the characteristic of the quick core cultivation method. The old man guarding the pavilion was definitely familiar with it. What? The old man guarding the pavilion opened his eyes wide and was shocked. He was very clear about what the quick core cultivation method was. He knew that Kumu had mastered the quick core cultivation method, and he also knew the dangers of the quick core cultivation method. If Mu Yu had mastered the quick core cultivation method, then it meant that he couldn't fuse incomplete pills anymore. The quick elixir mental cultivation method had no effect on elixirs above the 4th level, and every kind of incomplete elixir was a 7th or 8th level elixir. Once one practiced the quick elixir mental cultivation method, it was equivalent to walking to the end of the path of elixir concoction like a dead tree. Stop right there. Who the hell told you to practice this? Tell me. Did Kumu ask you to practice it? I'm so angry. I must break Kumu's legs. The old man guarding the pavilion shouted from behind. Mu Yu had already run far away. This was the effect he wanted. No wonder the old man guarding the pavilion was so eager to let him participate in the test and let him avoid the second round, which he wasn't good at. He also forced Shu Zai and Shi Minghui to fulfill their promise like an old urchin. All of this was to show goodwill to Mu Yu. At the same time, it was also to let Mu Yu try to fuse incomplete pills again. In fact, Mu Yu was helpless. If he wanted the quota, he could only follow the old man's wishes. After all, the rules were set by people. He couldn't not obey. However, it was good to play with the old man. By the time Mu Yu found Tranquil, Cai Lai had already left. He said that his master had taken him away and that Cai Lai had snuck out. Mu Yu thought for a while and decided to bring Tian Ran to see Kumu. He didn't know where Shu Zai and Shi Minghui had climbed to. However, with their speed, they might not be able to reach it even if they climbed until night time. Mu Yu was too lazy to care about them. The two of them quickly landed in front of the bamboo house. Mu Yu knew that Lung Bingxue was still in the bamboo house. Although this was his residence, he politely knocked on the door, in case he saw a man and a woman doing something shameful. The door opened. A middle-aged man opened the door. Mu Yu looked into the house in confusion and found that there was no one else in the house. Who are you, uncle? Why are you here? Where are my master and master's wife? Did they do something shameful? Mu Yu asked. Do your head. The middle-aged man slapped Mu Yu's head. Look clearly who I am. Mu Yu was really annoyed. Anyone dared to slap his head. This was too much. He must teach him a lesson. He raised his head and glared at the middle-aged man. It didn't matter if he looked at him, but he found him familiar. Hey! Why do you look a little like the old man? Are you his illegitimate son? Brat, I am Kumu. The middle-aged man said. What? Mu Yu blinked in disbelief. When did Kumu become a middle-aged man? Could it be because Guyuan pill, Kumu said. Guyuan pill can let a person's body return to 20 years ago. So this is what you looked like 20 years ago. Mu Yu was still not used to it. A bad old man suddenly became an uncle. This was really a strange feeling. You speak so fast. What are you angry about? I don't stutter anymore. Ah, that also has the effect of curing stuttering? I can cultivate again. Mu Yu was speechless. The Guyuan pill actually had so many benefits. No wonder it was a 7th level pill. It could completely cure all the chronic diseases in Kumu's body, including the damage to his meridians. Didn't this mean that he didn't need to refine the meridian unlocking pill at all? What are you thinking about again? Kumu sighed in his heart. Stuttering had been with him for many years. He couldn't get rid of this problem at all, so he didn't like to communicate with others. Not long ago, after he lost his cultivation, he thought that his life would end like this. Who knew that Mu Yu actually got him a Guyuan pill that healed all the wounds on his body, even his stuttering problem was cured. Chapter 205. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth, Kumu scolded. Although he scolded, Kumu looked at Mu Yu with gratification and gratitude. Mu Yu's appearance was like a lucky star, bringing him too many surprises. Although he was often angered by Mu Yu, And this kid was even Feng Haochen's disciple. Mu Yu had always protected him and even saved him when he was in trouble. Actually, you shouldn't have given me the Guiyuan pill. Ku Mu sighed. He already knew everything from Leng Bingxue. He also knew that Mu Yu was trying to fuse the Guiyuan pill, which was impossible to complete. He knew that the process was not simple. If you die, I still have to send you off. I don't want to wear mourning clothes for you. What a waste of my youth. Mu Yu curled his lips. Ku Mu was angry and amused at the same time. This kid never said anything good. He thought for a moment and said, you should have given the Guiyuan pill to that bastard Feng Haochen. That way, you wouldn't have to go to sky beyond sky. Ku Mu suddenly stopped talking. He knew that Mu Yu had never considered this point. If he knew that the Guiyuan pill could restore Feng Haochen's cultivation, would Mu Yu still use the Guiyuan pill to save him? After all, Feng Haochen was his real master. Ku Mu had imprisoned him for a year. He must have some resentment in his heart. Thinking of this, he felt very uncomfortable. If Mu Yu had known this, he would not have saved a bad-tempered and stuttering old man. But I can't just watch you die. Do you think it's necessary to shed tears when you're sending someone off? I don't like to cry. When the time comes, I'll have to throw some chili in my eyes or something. How boring. Mu Yu chuckled. Mu Yu did not know that the Guiyuan pill could heal Feng Haochen's injuries. However, even if he knew, he would still choose to save Ku Mu. Feng Haochen's injuries could be treated in a certain way, but Ku Mu's life was in danger. He couldn't just leave him to die. Mu Yu had never resented the dead tree. The dead tree had taught him a lot of knowledge about herbs. Even if he was forced, at least Mu Yu did not suffer any harm. As for the matter of refining the returning origin pill again, Mu Yu knew that it was impossible. The refining of the returning origin pill was too troublesome, and the materials were very hard to find. For Mu Yu, it was impossible for him to refine a level 7 medicinal pill. At most, he could only make an incomplete pill. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Tian Ran, my friend. Mu Yu called Tian Ran over. Hello, Elder Deadwood. My name is Tian Ran, and I'm from the Red Dust sect. Tian Ran happily saluted the dead tree. However, after greeting Tian Ran for a long time, Deadwood did not reply. Mu Yu felt a bit strange, and when he raised his head, he saw that Deadwood was staring at Tian Ran. Hey, are you looking at me? Xiao Shuai had been shamelessly nestling in front of Tian Ran's chest, and it thought that Deadwood was looking at it. You, why do you look so much like Miao Yuyan? Deadwood widened his eyes. You know my mother too? Tian Ran revealed a sweet smile. Your mother is called Miao Yuyan. Then your father is that bastard Feng Haochen. Deadwood clenched his fist. He actually knew about this. Tian Ran was the daughter of true god Lu of the third layer. This was something that basically no one in the third layer continent knew. Even Feng Haochen himself was kept in the dark, but Deadwood actually knew about it. How did you know? Tian Ran became vigilant. Back then, she had accidentally revealed her father's whereabouts, and it had almost caused her father to get into trouble. Now, she did not dare to mention this matter again. Mu Yu was extremely surprised. How did Deadwood know about this? Deadwood's body trembled slightly. He looked at Tian Ran for a long time, and finally took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He asked, Your mother, is she all right? When Tian Ran heard this, her face became a bit gloomy. She said, My mother is not well. Because she refused to tell the sect who my father is, she was imprisoned on a mountain according to the sect's rules. She is not allowed to go out. You were imprisoned because you refused to tell them who your father was. Are your sect's rules that strict? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. My mother is the saintess of the Red Dust sect. The saintesses of the Red Dust sect are carefully selected. They have outstanding talent and high cultivation. Originally, they were the next sect master of the Red Dust sect and could not be together with men. But my mother broke the rule, so. Tian Ran shook her head helplessly. Your mother was together with a true god of the third continent, and your sect was not even willing? Mu Yu felt that the Red Dust sect's rules were simply ridiculous. Pregnancy was human nature, and they actually wanted to stifle it. Not to mention that it was a true god of the third continent. Feng Haochen had a good temper and was cultured. Where could she find another good man like him? Tian Ran shook her head. They did not know that my father was a true god of the third continent. Even if they knew, they might not be willing. The sect has its rules. In order to cultivate the next sect master, they spent too many resources on the saintess. The saintess must protect her chastity. Then you are also a saintess. Doesn't that mean you will also be a saintess in the future? Mu Yu frowned. Tianran said, I was only chosen as a saintess candidate because of my talent. There are other senior sisters. As long as I am not the final saintess, the sect will not care about this. Ku Mu suddenly grabbed Mu Yu's shoulder and said seriously to Mu Yu, you must find the Netherworld herb and the 9 Qi soul cleansing flower. Only when Feng Haochen recovers his cultivation can he save Miao Yuyan. You saved my master for Tian Ran's mother? Mu Yu was extremely surprised. He finally understood why Ku Mu hated Feng Haochen so much, but also wanted Mu Yu to find the Netherworld herb to treat Feng Haochen's injuries. Feng Haochen's cultivation was even higher than the 8 sect masters combined. He could easily go to the Red Dust sect to save Miao Yuyan. Ku Mu himself did not have Feng Haochen's cultivation, so he could not save Miao Yuyan. That was why he came up with this compromise. So this was the matter that Ku Mu was unwilling to talk about. Ku Mu's purpose of helping Feng Haochen recover his cultivation was just to save a woman? What is your relationship with my parents? When Tian Ran heard Ku Mu talk about Feng Haochen, she was immediately interested. She also hoped that someone could help her mother. Who could understand the bitterness in a person's heart after being imprisoned on the mountain for more than 10 years? An old acquaintance, Ku Mu only said a simple sentence, but Mu Yu read a lot of hidden meanings. Oh, you and my master are rivals in love. Mu Yu somewhat understood. Shut up, Ku Mu said angrily. Ah, senior, you like my mother? But Tian Ran wanted to say something, but stopped. She did not know how to look at the fact that someone liked her mother. The grudges of the previous generation were very troublesome for her. She should have stood on her father's side and rejected Ku Mu, but everything Ku Mu did was equivalent to helping Tian Ran's parents reunite. What is the relationship between you and my parents? Tian Ran blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Ku Mu looked at Tian Ran. He seemed to see the shadow of Miao Yuyan in Tian Ran's face. For a moment, he could not refuse Tian Ran's request. You really want to know? Ku Mu sighed, looking a little lonely. Obviously, he had lost to Feng Haochen in this love affair. Tian Ran quickly nodded, and Mu Yu also nodded. Then, Xiao Shui shamelessly bumped Tian Ran's chest with his head. Yes, I do like your mother. No matter how you look at me, liking someone is liking someone. There is no reason for it. Ku Mu sat on the doorstep. Tian Ran and Mu Yu also sat on the steps and could not wait to listen. Ku Mu hesitated for a long time, and the past suddenly rushed into his mind. When he left the Pill Cauldron sect, he met Tian Ran's master, Miao Yuyan, outside. Miao Yuyan had come out to gain experience. At that time, Miao Yuyan was injured by a powerful demon beast. It was Ku Mu who saved Miao Yuyan and healed her. Miao Yuyan did not reject Ku Mu, who liked to play with poison, nor did she laugh at him because of his stuttering. Like Tian Ran, Miao Yuyan was also a kind woman. The two of them went on adventures together, and Ku Mu gradually developed feelings for Miao Yuyan. However, just as Ku Mu was about to confess to Miao Yuyan, Jian Ying and Chen Feng walked into their world. Feng Haochen was a person with a high cultivation base and great self-restraint. He was cultured and elegant, and his speech was extraordinary. It was as if the best words in the world could be used on this man. In front of Feng Haochen, Ku Mu, who stuttered and was reclusive, suddenly paled in comparison. He seemed so insignificant. At that time, Miao Yuyan and Ku Mu did not know that Feng Haochen was a true god of the third layer of the continent. They only thought that Feng Haochen was a young talent from some large sect. Miao Yuyan and Feng Haochen fell in love at first sight. Ku Mu was very upset. He did not like Feng Haochen, because Feng Haochen stole his beloved woman. However, when he saw Miao Yuyan and Feng Haochen together, she smiled so happily. That was something that Ku Mu could not give her. He understood that he was not worthy of Miao Yuyan, so he chose to leave alone. Although Ku Mu played with poison, his nature was not bad. He understood that loving a person should not be about possessing her, but about making her happy. He was jealous of Feng Haochen, but that was all. He never thought of framing Feng Haochen, because he knew that if he did, Miao Yuyan would never be able to smile again. Ku Mu liked Miao Yuyan's smile. No one would have thought that Miao Yuyan would be pregnant with Feng Haochen's child. At that time, Miao Yuyan had already been confirmed as the successor of the Red Dust sect. She was not allowed to have sex. How could the Red Dust sect let it go so easily? They wanted to find out who the man was. Miao Yuyan would rather die than say anything. At that time, Feng Haochen was already nowhere to be found. After Ku Mu found out about Miao Yuyan, he took a risk and sneaked into the Red Dust sect. He found Miao Yuyan and learned everything. Only then did he understand that Feng Haochen was a true god of the Third Mainland. He also understood that in order to trap Yu Meng, Feng Haochen chose to use himself as the array core of the immortal trapping prison, sacrificing himself in exchange for the peace of the Third Mainland. However, Feng Haochen did not want others to know about his situation, so Miao Yuyan refused to tell the Red Dust sect the truth. She only told Ku Mu about it. Seeing the woman he loved being imprisoned, he felt very sad. He could not remove the restriction on Miao Yuyan's body. He knew that in the whole world, only Feng Haochen, who still had his cultivation, could save Miao Yuyan. He was originally a person who studied arrays. When he learned from Miao Yuyan that Feng Haochen had become the array core of the immortal trapping prison, he knew what would happen to Feng Haochen. He knew that only underworld grass and 9 Qi soul cleansing flower could heal Feng Haochen's injuries and let him recover his cultivation so that he could save Miao Yuyan. This was not beneficial to Ku Mu at all. He could have chosen to refuse, but he could not bear to see Miao Yuyan live in the Red Dust sect for the rest of her life. He wanted to do something for Miao Yuyan. He could not fight against the entire Red Dust sect. He could only rely on Feng Haochen. Ku Mu also knew that after Feng Haochen recovered his cultivation and saved Miao Yuyan would still choose to be with Feng Haochen. He would not get anything. However, he liked Miao Yuyan's smile. He wanted her to keep smiling. As long as she was well, Ku Mu would be at ease. Sometimes, loving someone was really strange. It would make people protect the other party without asking for anything in return. 9 Qi soul cleansing flower and underworld grass could only be found in the second layer of heaven. The transportation array to the second layer of heaven only allowed Yuanying stage cultivators to pass through. Ku Mu needed to find a clever person to go to the second layer of heaven for him. Thus, he thought of a way. Through the valley, he found a Yuanying stage cultivator and nurtured him as his successor. So many people entered Ku Mu's valley, but he did not take a fancy to any of them. That was until Mu Yu appeared. Not only did he successfully eat the heavenly demon fruit, he also robbed Ku Mu's residence. He knew about Mu Yu's strange ability to control wood. When Mu Yu used the 9 guiding heavenly sword on Fujian Island, he immediately recognized who Mu Yu's master was. The appearance of his love rival's disciple made him very unhappy. He did not want Mu Yu to be his successor. However, he found that because he played with poison all year round, he did not have much time left. Moreover, Mu Yu was a very suitable candidate. He had no choice but to compromise. Sometimes, Ku Mu even felt that he must have owed Feng Haochen something in his previous life. Why did the people around him always have an unclear relationship with Feng Haochen? Miao Yuyan liked Feng Haochen, and Mu Yu was Feng Haochen's disciple. It was as if everything was against Ku Mu. Mu Yu and Tian Ran were shocked by Ku Mu's words. Only now did they know that Ku Mu was a person who chose to endure his loneliness in order to fulfill someone else's love. How much courage did he have to make a concession like Ku Mu to save his love rival and impart his life's knowledge to his disciple? In this world, there was probably no other man who was as infatuated as Ku Mu. "Old man, I'm sorry. I wronged you." Mu Yu scratched his head. He felt as if he was getting to know Kumu all over again. Respect for Kumu arose spontaneously. Wronged? How did you wronged me in the past? Kumu glanced at Muyu. Muyu always thought that you were antisocial, stuttering, temperamental, eccentric, stubborn. Xiao Shuai said in Tian Ran's arms. You also like to threaten others and beat people up. You're very violent, Long Teng added. Muyu's face immediately turned green. He grabbed Xiao Shuai's tail and threw it out. Then, he quickly smiled apologetically and said, Don't listen to their nonsense. I always thought that old man was wise and brave, and had a kind heart. Shameless, Long Teng muttered. Kumu snorted, but didn't get angry. No matter what, Muyu was never an ungrateful person. Although he deserved a beating, Kumu was already used to it. You're also going to the second heaven this time, right? Kumu asked Tian Ran. Tian Ran nodded. Protect her well. She looks so similar to Yuyen. I don't want anything to happen to her. Kumu said this to Muyu. Muyu nodded like a sieve. At this moment, a soft sound came from the room. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, but they didn't see anyone. A bowl of steaming hot soup appeared on the table. Muyu didn't see this bowl of soup when he was in the room just now. Icy Elder was in the room just now. She brought this bowl of soup. Didn't you see it? Xiao Shuai's eyes were sharp. Muyu and Tian Ran's attention were all on Muyu. Only Xiao Shuai wasn't interested in this story. To him, eating was the most important thing. When this bowl of soup appeared, he immediately noticed that Lung Bingxue had appeared in the room. When did she come? Kumu's face twitched slightly. Not long after you started telling the story. Xiao Shuai said honestly. Muyu's eyes widened. The Icy Elder had just heard about Kumu's past. This was a person who was deeply in love with Kumu. What would she think if she heard this? She had been taking care of Kumu for the past few days. She even personally cooked a bowl of soup for Kumu after he woke up. However, she knew that Kumu still hadn't let go of Miao Yuyen. How could she not be sad? Kumu looked at the bowl of soup and his heart became heavier and heavier. He liked Miao Yuyen, but Lung Bingxue was his childhood sweetheart. He also liked Lung Bingxue. These two entangled feelings had always existed in his heart. He had never wanted to accept Lung Bingxue. Other than Miao Yuyen, he also thought that he wasn't a responsible man. Lung Bingxue should have a better man to love her. Aren't you going to explain it to her? Muyu didn't know how to comment on this matter. Maybe Kumu was a heartless man, but Kumu had the right to choose a person to love. He didn't make any promises to Lung Bingxue, so he couldn't say that he was wrong. Kumu remained silent and sat on the bed. Chapter 206. In the next few days, Lung Bingxue didn't appear again. She was probably angered by Kumu. Muyu was also helpless. Kumu was a blockhead. He had delayed another person's progress for one person. Even he couldn't say whether Kumu had done anything wrong or not. After all, this matter was related to his master and Tian Ran. Because Muyu was exempted from the second round of competition, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Tian Ran's arrival made Muyu very happy. He had always treated Tian Ran as a close sister, and Tian Ran also liked to call Muyu big brother. These few days, the two of them happily walked around the entire Danding sect. As for Kumu, because he could cultivate again, he quietly stayed in the bamboo house by himself. Dragon Vine accompanied him at all times. But soon, the third round of the Danding sect's competition arrived as scheduled. As Muyu expected, the old man shamelessly set the third round as a competition to fuse incomplete pills. When the sect leader announced this, the disciples below the stage were in an uproar. The sect leader also faintly blushed. This idea was clearly proposed by the old man, but he had to do the offending thing. Fusing incomplete pills? Who can do it? It's simply impossible, right? A disciple below the stage shouted. In the second round, 10 people were selected to enter the final round of competition, including Bi Wenshuan, Shu Zai, and Xiao Hua. Everyone frowned. Not to mention them, even the elders in the sect couldn't fuse these incomplete pills. Otherwise, how could there be so many incomplete pills? They didn't know why the sect leader changed the competition rules at the last minute. During the process of fusing, there will be special people supervising from the side. The score will be determined according to the degree of fusion. This is a test for you. I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity. If in the end, no one successfully fuses, then the 2 spots will be determined according to the combined results of the first 2 rounds. The sect leader glanced at Mu Yu intentionally or unintentionally, and said seriously, "Combined results of the first 2 rounds." Although Mu Yu wanted to curse, he had already guessed the result of this matter. Was he purposely making things difficult for him? He was guaranteed to enter the final stage as the first place, while the others all had results in the first 2 stages. This meant that if he was unable to fuse with the incomplete pill, then he would only have a result in the first stage. No matter how good his performance in the first stage was, it would be impossible for him to surpass the others who had a result in the second stage. The old man guarding the pavilion would not be so kind as to directly help Mu Yu advance. If he did this, then if Mu Yu wanted to win, he would have to fuse with the incomplete pill. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the second stage and would not be able to compete with Bi Wenshuan and Shu Zai. The old man had calculated everything, leaving Mu Yu with no way out. Mu Yu searched for the figure of the old man in the crowd and found that the old man was staring at him from not far away with a malicious smile. Mu Yu wanted to give him the middle finger, but decided against it in the end. Since he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Who asked him to participate in someone else's game? Shu Zai and Bi Wenshuan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that it did not matter if they could not fuse with the incomplete pill. At the same time, they understood what this meant to Mu Yu. Especially Shu Zai, whose face revealed an expression of understanding. The third round of the competition was obviously to make things difficult for Mu Yu. Unless Mu Yu really fused with the incomplete pill, he would not be able to get a place. Last time, when Shu Zai and Shi Minghui climbed halfway, they ran away when they saw that there was no one behind them. They did not even climb to the green bamboo peak, let alone apologize. At this moment, he found that things were developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. How could he not be secretly happy? Shu Zai's overall results were now ranked behind Bi Wenshuan. He had never believed that Mu Yu had the ability to fuse with the incomplete pill. He still thought that Mu Yu must have had the help of the dead tree. Today, the dead tree could not interfere, so he wanted to know how Mu Yu could still fuse with the incomplete pill. Now, the 10 of you can choose any one of these 30 types of incomplete pills. The last stage of the test will begin. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a disciple brought in 30 treasury cauldrons and carefully placed them in front of the 4 people. These 10 treasury cauldrons stored the incomplete pills that the previous generations of the Danding sect seniors had studied when they were only one step away from being able to refine the world-shaking incomplete pills. If each of them was a complete pill, their value would be immeasurable. The old man guarding the pavilion walked over and pretended to be inspecting. When he passed by Mu Yu, he reminded him in a low voice that others could not hear, "Boy, I have high hopes for you. I'll give you a suggestion. You can choose the White Jade Injury Recovery Pill. I think it's the best incomplete pill to fuse with." Mu Yu had already cursed his ancestors in his heart, but he still put on a regretful expression and said, "Senior Mu Yu, I've already practiced the quick pill mental cultivation method. Don't you know this?" The smile on the old man's face clearly froze, and then he rolled his eyes. "Don't be so foolish. I've thought about it. Kumu is more familiar with the dangers of the quick pill mental cultivation method than I am. He won't be so stupid as to push you into a fire pit." After the old man finished speaking, he walked away as if nothing had happened. Mu Yu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, he could not say that Kumu had already found the cultivation method of the quick pill mental cultivation method, because Kumu did not allow him to say it. Some things could be kept a secret, but if he said it out loud, his advantage would be gone. Mu Yu stood in place for a while and found that the other 3 people had walked over to choose their incomplete pills. At this moment, he had no choice but to follow them. The White Jade Injury Recovery Pill is a pill that can reconnect severed limbs. It can also regenerate other organs in the body. Mu Yu saw this incomplete pill at first glance. The composition seemed to be slightly less than the recovery pill, but it was still very heaven-defying. Otherwise, this Daoist Tian Ming would not study this pill for no reason. For some reason, a strange thought appeared in Mu Yu's mind. If a person's head was gone, could this pill still grow back? Of course, this was just a thought. Since the old man said that this pill was relatively easy to fuse, with his many years of experience in alchemy, he would not be wrong. However, Mu Yu did not plan to choose this incomplete pill, because he did not want to fulfill the old man's wish. You want this pill? Just as Mu Yu was checking the composition of the White Jade Injury Recovery Pill, the only female disciple in the last round of the competition suddenly stood beside him. I'm still thinking about it. Mu Yu looked up at the girl and found that she had a cold temperament. The image of a cold elder immediately appeared in Mu Yu's mind. Is your master cold? Mu Yu could not help but ask. He felt that only a cold person would be able to teach a disciple with such temperament. I'll take this. The girl seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Yu. With a wave of her hand, she took away the White Jade Injury Recovery Pill in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu rubbed his nose. When the old man saw this scene from afar, he couldn't sit still anymore. He winked at Mu Yu and signaled him to quickly take back the White Jade Healing Pill. Mu Yu met his gaze and made a helpless gesture. The old man was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. Mu Yu understood that this guy definitely needed this White Jade Injury Recovery Pill to do something, so he changed the rules and deliberately let Mu Yu fuse it. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking fell through. He did not get the White Jade Injury Recovery Pill cauldron. Mu Yu snickered in his heart. He wanted to find something to tease this old guy, so that he would not be dragged by the nose. I don't believe that you can succeed this time. Just as Mu Yu was looking for the next incomplete pill, Shu Zai's discordant voice sounded from the side. Why don't we bet again? Same old rules this time. Last time when my master fell asleep, I did not wake him up. You still haven't apologized. Mu Yu looked at Shu Zai with a smile that was not a smile. Shu Zai's face flushed red. He angrily said, this time your master is not beside you. I want to see how you fuse it. This time you are destined to have no fate with the quota. Mu Yu was really speechless. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? What did it have to do with him whether or not he could fuse it? Why did he have to come over and complain? Was he afraid that others would not know of his existence in this world? You can either bet again, or go play on the side. Mu Yu did not even bother to raise his head. He carefully stared at the incomplete pill in front of him. This incomplete pill was called Sorrow of Death. Seeing that this name was so miserable, it attracted Mu Yu's attention. Don't be arrogant. I will get back at you sooner or later, Shu Zai angrily said. Every disciple of our Danding sect is an indomitable man who dares to take responsibility for what he has done. Where did this shameless scoundrel come from? Is there anyone coming to claim him? Didn't you say that you would crawl to the green bamboo peak and kowtow to Elder Kumu and admit your mistake? Why did you run away halfway? Mu Yu suddenly raised his voice, pointed at Shu Zai and asked loudly. When he spoke, he deliberately gathered his spiritual power in his throat, so that his voice could be heard over the whispers present. This competition was the most closely watched competition in the Danding sect. Many disciples rushed over to see how the legendary incomplete pill was fused. After all, in the past 10 years, no one had successfully fused an incomplete pill. It was rumored that only Mu Yu had successfully fused an incomplete pill. Everyone's focus was actually on Mu Yu. When Mu Yu said this, it immediately entered everyone's ears. Haha. Senior brother Shu, you should hurry up and fulfill your promise. Our Danding sect disciples place great importance on reputation. Cai Lai's loud voice sounded. You lost a bet and still reneged on it. What a disgrace. Most of the disciples present knew that Shu Zai had made a bet with someone else. Even if they didn't know, Mu Yu noticed that there was still that fellow, Cai Lai, who was loudly explaining to everyone. That day, when Shu Zai saw that the old man guarding the pavilion had left, he ran away with Shi Minghui. He did not have the slightest bit of manliness, which made people feel very ashamed. Shu Zai's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He did not expect Mu Yu to do this. Ever since that day, he had not appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was only today that he came out to participate in the third round of the competition. He boasted that his prestige among the disciples was very high, so no one dared to say anything. However, not everyone present today supported him. Many people were not on his side at all. Mu Yu's careless move immediately stirred up the atmosphere, especially with Cai Lai, who wanted to see the world burn, fanning the flames. Chapter 207. Shongshe. This name was so sad. Its medicinal effect made people love and hate it at the same time. No one was willing to take this medicinal pill unless it was a last resort. If a person was seriously injured and dying, after taking this pill, he could immediately recover, and his cultivation would go straight to the spirit-severing stage. However, the huge price in exchange was that he would die after 7 days. Taking this medicinal pill meant that one had to be prepared to die. Under certain circumstances, there would still be people who would choose this medicinal pill. In a life-and-death battle with an opponent, seeing that both sides were injured, and the opponent had a higher chance of winning, it was already a dead end. If one didn't want to die, then one could take Shongshe and kill the opponent with an instant burst of powerful cultivation. Instantly making one's cultivation reach the spirit-severing stage, this was the realm that many people dreamed of. How many people could not achieve the cultivation that they could not achieve in their whole life only needed this medicinal pill called Shongshe to achieve it? Who didn't want it? But, who wanted it? Shongshe gave you a powerful cultivation, let you call the wind and summon the rain in 7 days, and get a status that you could never get in your whole life. Then what? After 7 days, you could only die in sadness and turn into a piece of yellow earth. The glory of 7 days dissipated like smoke in the past. This incomplete pill was refined to this stage by the alchemy senior named Wu Xin from a recipe passed down from ancient times. There was no such thing as medicinal pills in ancient times. The ancient pharmacists relied on their own understanding to create heaven-defying prescriptions. Every medicine had a powerful effect. However, as time passed, the ancient alchemy techniques were abandoned by people, leading to the loss of many prescriptions. In addition, the conflicts between alchemy and alchemy techniques made it impossible for people nowadays to refine this Shongshe. Relying on his own exquisite alchemy techniques and through thousands of experiments, Wu Xin finally refined Shongshe in the form of medicinal pills to the extent that it was about to become a pill. However, the last 10 medicinal herbs rejected each other, so he had to stop here. Mu Yu carefully tried to figure out this medicinal pill recipe that combined 1,200 medicinal herbs, and he was quite shocked in his heart. Dead Tree had told him a lot of knowledge about herbs. He also knew that many of the herbs couldn't be fused together. The natural resistance between each other was very difficult to eliminate. However, this senior Wu Xin had actually refined nearly 100 types of herbs to resist each other. This was really admirable. To Mu Yu, eliminating the resistance of these 10 herbs was not difficult. He now knew that his blood seemed to have an irresistible attraction to plants. Therefore, if he was allowed to fuse with the incomplete pills, as long as he had time, Mu Yu felt that he could fuse with all the incomplete pills. However, it was not a simple matter. Even if he could eliminate the resistance, he still needed to fuse them one by one according to the strict alchemy process. The proportion and heat of each herb could not be missing. Otherwise, even if he eliminated the resistance, he would not be able to form the pill. If Mu Yu wanted to fuse a type of medicinal pill, he would have to spend an incomparably large amount of energy. He would not be so foolish as to spend so much effort to make a wedding dress for someone else. And the current situation was actually very bad. Mu Yu knew that he had already successfully fused with an incomplete pill. At this moment, there were definitely many pairs of eyes staring at him. If he foolishly added a drop of blood, it would be difficult for him to not be noticed. And if he let others know that his blood had such a special effect, Mu Yu knew that it was not a good thing even without being warned. Perhaps they would trap him and use his blood to do something. In other words, he simply could not fuse with this incomplete pill today. He could not succeed, and he could not fail either. Mu Yu was currently in a very awkward situation. However, Mu Yu was not anxious at all. On the contrary, he revealed a trace of a mischievous smile. Martial uncle, if you scheme against Mu Yu like this, can Mu Yu really fuse with the incomplete pill? Moreover, I feel that it is not fair to the other disciples. Daoist Yundan and the others were all paying attention to Mu Yu's actions. He could not help but quietly ask the old man guarding the pavilion. This idea was proposed by the old man guarding the pavilion. At that time, Daoist Yundan did not know what was wrong with him. He actually directly agreed to change the competition rules. Now that he thought about it, Daoist Yundan felt that he was too rash. As the sect leader of the Danding sect, he changed the entire competition rules because of Mu Yu alone. It was equivalent to increasing the difficulty for others. This decision was too hasty. How is it not fair to the others? If Mu Yu really fuses with the incomplete pill, so what if this quota is given to him? Moreover, to be able to fuse with the incomplete pill in front of so many Danding sect disciples and let others learn and observe, what's wrong with that? The old man guarding the pavilion did not care at all. He did not care about this quota at all. It did not matter who went, as long as there was someone who could fuse with the incomplete pill. That's right, but what if Mu Yu is unable to fuse with it? Daoist Yundan asked. Actually, it was no wonder that Daoist Yundan would agree to the old man's suggestion. After all these years, there had not been an alchemist who could fuse with the incomplete pill in the Danding sect. The formation of each of these incomplete pills was a valuable experience for the Danding sect. What techniques and points to pay attention to during the process must be recorded by the person who fused with the incomplete pill as a reference for others. If he is unable to fuse with the incomplete pill, he will not be able to go to the second layer of heaven. Didn't that brat Kumu come back to send Mu Yu to the second layer of heaven? The old man guarding the pavilion muttered. When Mu Yu successfully fused with the returning pill, both the old man guarding the pavilion and Daoist Yundan were extremely shocked. They had originally planned to let Mu Yu write down his experience of fusing with the returning pill after the competition. But at this moment, the old man guarding the pavilion actually proposed such an outrageous idea. At that time, he felt that if Mu Yu was able to fuse with the first incomplete pill, then he would be able to fuse with the second incomplete pill. Thus, he agreed to it. Now that he thought about it, how difficult was it to fuse with the incomplete pill? He did not understand Mu Yu at all. He also knew that Kumu did not have any deep attainments in alchemy. How could he possibly teach Mu Yu alchemy knowledge? Perhaps it was just a coincidence for Mu Yu. How could he have encountered the same thing twice? That was fusing with the incomplete pill. An incomplete pill that no one had been able to successfully fuse with for so many years. I'm afraid he has never concocted a pill before, right? How did he fuse with it? Daoist Yundan shook his head helplessly. Quick pill mental cultivation method. That brat Kumu successfully cultivated the quick pill mental cultivation method, but he did not encounter the same situation as the others. Instead, his cultivation improved even more. Although he went down the wrong path and ended up like this, I dare to bet that Mu Yu also fused with the quick pill mental cultivation method. A bright light flashed through the eyes of the old man guarding the pavilion. You and I both know the harm of the quick pill mental cultivation method. I'm afraid that Mu Yu can't just rely on the quick pill mental cultivation method, right? Daoist Yundan still did not believe it. Then let's see if he will fuse with the incomplete pill again this time. We can also find out how he did it. If he succeeds, he can also sound the alarm for the disciples of the Danding sect. If the disciple of a person who did not walk on the righteous path can fuse with the incomplete pill, then how can they, who walk on the righteous path, still have the face to continue playing? The old man guarding the pavilion stroked his beard. Daoist Yundan secretly shook his head. Why did he feel that the old man guarding the pavilion was scolding him and the others for being useless and that their disciples could not compare to Kumu's disciple? Mu Yu did not know that there were two elders with ulterior motives who were secretly betting on him. Right now, he was only thinking about how to solve the problem of the incomplete pill in front of him. Fusing with the incomplete pill was not like alchemy, where one needed to prepare all kinds of complicated pill formulas from the beginning. Fusing with the incomplete pill was already the last step, and one only needed to take care of the conflicts between a few herbs. Every alchemy senior was very responsible. They recorded all the experiences about alchemy in detail, and also recorded the areas that needed to be paid attention to. This was so that the outstanding juniors would not take any detours and directly fuse with the herbs. To be honest, Mu Yu did not have any achievements in alchemy at all. He just happened to have the advantage of his unique talent. If he was asked to refine a pill from head to toe, he estimated that he would not be able to do it as well as Shu Zai. Mu Yu referred to the pill formula and experienced the entire alchemy process. Only then could he know the time to fuse the remaining herbs. This process took him 2 hours. When he was ready to start refining, he found that Shu Zai was already trying to fuse the herbs. Looking at his sweaty appearance, Mu Yu knew that this guy probably had no chance. He glanced at Bi Wenshuan again and found that Bi Wenshuan was frowning and did not make a move. As for Xiao Hua, he also did not make a move. He just carefully looked at his own incomplete pill, not knowing where to start. Mu Yu shook his head slightly in his heart. If this incomplete pill was so easy to fuse, Daoist Yundan and the medicine master would have already fused it. With their skills, they were unable to do it, let alone these disciples who were only rank 4 alchemists. Today's focus was actually on Mu Yu. Mu Yu also knew that most people's eyes were on him. He had no chance to do anything. He could only obediently use his shoddy alchemy skills to fuse the herbs. Shongsha had to fuse 10 herbs. These 10 herbs were mutually exclusive in alchemy. It was almost impossible to refine the resistance between them using normal methods. Mu Yu could temporarily eliminate the resistance between the herbs under control. As long as he controlled the resistance, he could perfectly proceed with the next step of refining the pill. Senior Wu Xin had recorded the method. He had already thought about how to eliminate the resistance and how to proceed with the next step of fusing. Therefore, to Mu Yu, he only needed to do it step by step. Look, he finally made a move. I don't know if he can fuse the incomplete pill this time. If he can, then he is really a brilliant genius. Last time when the pill was refined, there was a strange phenomenon. I don't know if you saw it. Of course, but last time there were 2 strange phenomena. Will fusing the incomplete pill cause 2 strange phenomena? I don't know. Many of the spectating disciples had already begun to whisper. They had been bored to death for 2 hours. They watched the 4 people on the stage check the incomplete pill. Many of them were already impatient. Mu Yu had figured out the next step of fusing the herbs. Of the 10 herbs, 3 of them existed in the form of liquid. The remaining 7 herbs were all ground into powder. The amount needed was just a little bit. It couldn't be more or less. This was not a problem for Mu Yu. Mu Yu was able to accurately grasp the amount marked by Senior Wu Xin. Then the next step is to fuse them. Mu Yu carefully removed the resistance of all the herbs. Then, he used his spiritual power to refine them. The pill was complete. Swoosh, a huge impact swept out with Mu Yu as the center. This spiritual power fluctuation was so intense and came so suddenly that many of the disciples were unable to react in time. They all took a step back. Then, the weather changed. A huge red cloud had gathered in the sky. A violent cyclone extended from the red cloud and slowly rolled towards the sorrow pill in Mu Yu's hand. The surrounding spiritual power suddenly became very chaotic. Everyone could even smell a strange medicinal fragrance. A red bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the red cloud, and along with the cyclone, it struck towards the sorrow pill in Mu Yu's hand. Chapter 208. F***CK. Are you all here to watch the show? Is no one going to help me block the lightning? Mu Yu cursed loudly. The old man and Daoist Yun Dan seemed to be shocked by their own actions and did not immediately come over. When they finally reacted, the lightning was already not far from Mu Yu. F***CK. I'm not playing anymore. Whoever wants to play can go play. Although the old man guarding the pavilion and Daoist Cloud Core had already reacted, they were a beat too slow to stop it. Mu Yu roared and released the control of the Shongsha herb. Without Mu Yu's control, the herbs' resistance to each other appeared. With a poochie sound, the Shongsha elixir returned to the state of an incomplete elixir. The lightning that was about to strike Mu Yu suddenly disappeared. The sky returned to tranquility and the red clouds disappeared. The surrounding disciples were all shocked by the sudden phenomenon. Although the Danding sect would occasionally have a phenomenon that represented the completion of a high-grade elixir, those alchemists did not like to be disturbed when they were refining elixirs. Therefore, this phenomenon could only be seen from afar. This was the first time they saw such a magnificent phenomenon at such a close distance. For a moment, they were all stunned and looked at the injury in Mu Yu's hand in disbelief. When the sudden phenomenon disappeared, everyone was puzzled. Did disappearing mean that the elixir was completed? This was the question in everyone's heart. When the old man and Daoist Yun Dan arrived, they were dumbfounded. Their excited expression froze when they saw the Shongsha turning back into an incomplete elixir. The two of them looked at each other in confusion and then looked at Mu Yu, who was sitting on the ground. What happened? Why did it fail again? The old man asked in shock. What do you mean again? Do you think that refining elixirs is as easy as eating? You think you can succeed just because you want to? If it was so easy to succeed, why couldn't those seniors fuse it? Do you know that you were just one step away from success? Why didn't you quickly stop the lightning? Do you want to kill me? Mu Yu stood up and pointed at the old man's nose and scolded him. His heart was filled with joy. The surrounding disciples slowly recovered from their shock. They saw that Mu Yu had no respect for his elders, and scolded the old man who no one dared to provoke. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Was this brat looking for death? We also didn't expect that you would actually be able to fuse it. We were just a beat slower. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the old man didn't get angry at all when he was scolded by Mu Yu. His voice became softer and he even seemed a little aggrieved. It really shocked everyone to the point that their jaws dropped. A beat slower? Weren't you guys present when I refined the pill last time? Are you going to talk to me a little slower this time? Was that lightning something I could block? Do you know that you were just one step away? As long as you guys helped me block the heavenly lightning, I wouldn't have been distracted and caused the pill to fail in the end. Whose fault was that? Damn it, he clearly knew that there would be heavenly lightning when the pill was formed, yet he didn't install a lightning rod. Have you become stupid from refining pills? Mu Yu scolded in his heart. He had long been dissatisfied with the old man's cheating and tampering with the rules. What he wanted was this opportunity to ruthlessly scold the old man. He wanted to scold the old man until he had no temper and was willing to be scolded. He wanted to push all the blame to the old man and let him feel guilty. Then do you want to try again? This time I promise to block the heavenly lightning for you. The old man said embarrassedly. His face was full of annoyance. This was an incomplete pill. He was just one step away from success. Refining the pill also requires physical strength, okay? My mind was disturbed by the heavenly lightning just now, causing the resistance of the herbs to backfire. At least for the next month, I won't be able to fuse this pill again. Mu Yu beat his chest and stomped his feet. His expression was on point and his acting was perfect. The old man and Daoist Yun Dan were silent. They were experienced people and knew that if one wasn't careful in the process of refining herbs, it would be easy to suffer from the backlash of the herb resistance and cause the pill to fail. Mu Yu's excuse was so perfect that it deceived the two alchemists. Why are you in a daze? Why didn't you block the heavenly lightning earlier? The old man turned his head and glared at Daoist Yun Dan. Martial uncle, this can't be blamed on me. You didn't. Daoist Yundan said awkwardly. How can an old man like me react as fast as you? It's natural that my reaction is slow. This time, it's all your fault. You can do as you see fit. The old man didn't allow any explanation and pushed all the blame away. He was a scoundrel and Daoist Yundan could only suffer in silence. Muyu, how are you now? Are you okay? Daoist Yundan didn't continue arguing with the old man. He knew his martial uncle's temper and arguing was useless. He could only turn around and ask about Muyu's situation. Thank you for your concern. This time is different from the last time. Today, I was shocked by the heavenly lightning. I'm afraid I can't try to form the pill again. I've disappointed you. Muyu stood up and said respectfully to Daoist Yundan. He didn't have the arrogance he had when he scolded the old man. It was as if he was a well-mannered young man. The old man rolled his eyes. Damn it. This brat was really holding a grudge against him. Daoist Yundan nodded. Muyu didn't scold him like how he scolded the old man. Instead, he was very polite, which made him very satisfied. No matter what, he was still the sect leader of the Danding sect. If he could endure being scolded by a disciple, it would be too reasonable. All right, then you go back and rest. Today's competition ends here. I think the rest of you don't have any objections, right? Daoist Yundan asked the other three people. Bi Wenshuan smiled bitterly. How could he have any objections? He couldn't reach the level of Mu Yu. As for Shu Zai, there was no need to talk about it. What about the quota? If you don't give me a quota, even if I can't refine pills in the future, I will try again. Mu Yu said sincerely. Now was the time to compete with his acting skills. Daoist Yundan couldn't help laughing. This guy took advantage of the situation and still pretended to be obedient. He was completely different from Kumu's straightforward character. He felt that he was somewhat similar to the old man, which was also interesting. Daoist Yundan naturally wouldn't let Mu Yu continue to form the pill today. Otherwise, the backlash in his body would really cripple an alchemist. He paused and cleared his throat. The first place of this competition is given to Mu Yu. As for the second place, someone will naturally evaluate it based on the results of the first 2 rounds. Everyone had heard Mu Yu's scolding just now. The reason why he failed to form the pill this time was because the old man didn't intercept the heavenly lightning in time. In other words, he could have succeeded. The accident was all because of the old man. That vision just now was no stranger to everyone. Everyone was an alchemist, so they naturally knew that it was a sign of forming the pill. So strictly speaking, Mu Yu actually succeeded. It was just that his strength wasn't enough to block the heavenly lightning. This was inevitable. The heavenly lightning wasn't something that a nascent soul disciple could resist. This was the negligence of the elders, so he couldn't be blamed. For a moment, no one had any objections. They were just more in awe of Mu Yu's talent. A disciple who could fuse incomplete pills, this was a monster-like existence. In the beginning, everyone looked down on the disciples of the Green Bamboo Peak, not to mention that when Kumu came back, he didn't have any cultivation. How could he convince the disciples of the Danding sect? However, Mu Yu had made the incomplete pills 2 times in a row, and even succeeded once. Looking at the whole Danding sect, there was no second person with this kind of talent. Mu Yu snickered in his heart. Then, he pretended to be physically exhausted. Lei Lai hurriedly ran over to support him. Looking at Lei Lai's excited face, Mu Yu knew that this guy also admired him. Mu Yu, I really didn't know that you actually had such a high talent in alchemy. It turns out that you didn't show off all this time. You must teach me. Lei Lai helped Mu Yu up and flew him towards Kumu's mountain peak. Along the way, he exclaimed in surprise from time to time. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders. I just happened to have innate experience in refining medicinal herbs. In addition, I also had Elder Kumu's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to form the pill. In terms of alchemy knowledge, I'm far inferior to you. Don't be modest. Today, I saw the vision of an incomplete pill forming with my own eyes. That's an incomplete pill. Even martial uncle sect leader couldn't fuse an incomplete pill, but you actually did it. You're really too amazing, Lei Lai said with great admiration. Mu Yu laughed mischievously. To be honest, with the knowledge of medicinal herbs that Kumu taught him and the indescribable blood in his body, he actually didn't have any problems fusing these incomplete pills. However, he didn't want to appear too strange. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It was better to keep a low profile. After he returned to Kumu's bamboo house, Kumu was meditating and cultivating on his bed. He didn't even go to watch Mu Yu's competition today. When he heard that Mu Yu had returned, he opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yu inquiringly. How was it? Kumu was already able to cultivate now. He preferred peace and quiet, so he didn't join in the fun today. Therefore, he didn't know that Mu Yu's competition today was to fuse incomplete pills. Lei Lai immediately spoke for Mu Yu. When he talked about the vision of Mu Yu fusing the incomplete pills, he even emphasized every word. His voice was full of emotion and cadence. Even those who hadn't been there felt as if they were there. They actually let you fuse the incomplete pills? Kumu frowned. Then, he felt an indescribable anger in his heart. This was clearly to make things difficult for Mu Yu. Only they could think of such a method. However, when he heard that Mu Yu actually caused a vision and almost formed the pills, he was also surprised. Are you okay? The backlash of medicinal herbs' resistance isn't child's play. The resistance of those herbs is especially strong. It can cause great harm to the body. How are you now? Kumu suddenly stood up after hearing that Mu Yu had suffered from the backlash of medicinal herbs. Mu Yu shook his head. He winked at Kumu and said, I'm fine. Kumu understood and nodded. He knew that Mu Yu was definitely faking it. Only then did he relax. Then, he put on a serious face and said, It must be that old bastard's idea. Only he would think of such a rotten idea. Mu Yu knew that this old bastard was referring to the old man guarding the pavilion. He didn't care. He couldn't care less about the conflict between Kumu and the old man guarding the pavilion. However, in Mu Yu's opinion, the old man guarding the pavilion was at least reasonable. Although the other party had cheated, in the end, he was still tricked by Mu Yu. They could be considered even. Moreover, he was the one who decided to use the returning pill to save Kumu. Mu Yu didn't have a bad impression of the old man guarding the pavilion. Chapter 209. As expected, Mu Yu hadn't even rested for 2 days when the old man came to find him again. Little Mu Yu, can you tell me how to eliminate the resistance of more than 100 herbs in the incomplete pill Shongshe? These are all secrets. Elder Kumu knows, you can ask him. How would he know with his mediocre level? Come, we two alchemy experts can talk about these things. Old bastard, why haven't you left yet? Kumu picked up a teapot and threw it at the old man. But before the teapot touched the old man, it broke into pieces on the ground. The old man was angry. Damn it, I'm not looking for you, why are you so agitated? Don't think that I don't dare to beat you now. If you provoke me, I will still beat you. Come, try me if you dare. Kumu was not afraid. Even if he didn't have any cultivation, he was not afraid of the mysterious old man. Kumu was the old man who had been guarding the pavilion. As soon as the two of them met, it was as if they had eaten gunpowder. Crackling sounds could be heard as they exploded non-stop. I really don't know what Schwerer sees in you. Your temper is bad, you don't respect your elders, you don't know alchemy, and you stuttered before. The old man certainly wouldn't do anything to Kumu. He was afraid that if he did something to Kumu, not only Lung Bingxue, but also Mu Yu would fight with him. This time, Kumu also threw the tea tray. Little Mu Yu, let's go. We don't care about this guy who only knows how to throw things. How old are you? You're still throwing things like a child. When you were young, you had to hide in my arms when there was thunder. How did you become a bastard when you grew up? I really raised an ingrate. If your master didn't entrust you to me, I would have thrown you to the mountain to feed the wolves. I feel ashamed for you that you wet the bed when you were 15 years old. The old man didn't have any scruples in front of Mu Yu. It seemed that he deliberately told these things to Mu Yu. Mu Yu tried his best to hold back his laughter, almost causing him to suffer internal injuries. It was really interesting to see Deadwood's deflated appearance. Dead Tree was really angry this time. He looked around for something to throw at people, but the old man had already grabbed Mu Yu and disappeared from the room, leaving behind a fuming Dead Tree. When he appeared again, Mu Yu was already brought to the alchemy scripture pavilion. The old man guarding the pavilion usually stayed here, so he knew everything here like the back of his hand. When Mu Yu took a closer look, he realized that the pavilion he was in was filled with incomplete pills of various sizes. "Old man, what are you trying to do by giving me so many half-formed pills?" Mu Yu rolled his eyes. As expected, this old fellow would not let him off. The old man chuckled and said, "I've seen these incomplete pills. They're all relatively easy to synthesize. Our pill cauldron faction has several hundred types of incomplete pills. Why don't you pick a few fun ones to practice with?" Practice? Practice your sister. Actually, these incomplete pills were the wisdom of many alchemy seniors of the pill cauldron faction. They were only one step away. Once the pills were formed, they would be very precious, so even the old man guarding the pavilion valued them very much. If Mu Yu could fuse so many precious pills, he would definitely be the center of attention. He would probably be worshipped by the old man as a little ancestor. Who will the fused pills belong to? Will it belong to me or to you? Mu Yu would not be stupid enough to help them fuse incomplete pills. Last time when he fused with the returning pill, Shi Dengtian, that fellow, even wanted to take the returning pill away. Why would he do such a strenuous and thankless thing? He was not a professional alchemist, nor was he a true disciple of the pill cauldron faction. The unfinished wishes of the seniors of the pill cauldron faction had nothing to do with him. It can belong to anyone. You see, we're all members of the pill cauldron faction. How can a family say such things? Do you have any shame? Didn't you say that I was an outsider when you fused with the returning pill last time? Mu Yu was angry. Who said that? Damn it, I'll break his legs. The old man guarding the pavilion said indignantly. Shi Dengtian said that if you break his legs, I'll consider whether to help you fuse these incomplete pills or not, Mu Yu said angrily. The old man guarding the pavilion smiled awkwardly. Shi Dengtian is now the head of a faction. It's not good to hit him. How about we change to someone else? My family's elder Ku Mu is also the head of a faction. Didn't you say that you wanted to break his legs all day long? Mu Yu really admired this old fellow. I said that, but I didn't really hit him, the old man guarding the pavilion muttered. Stop talking nonsense. It's not good for me. I won't do it. Mu Yu, don't be like this. You have to know that the incomplete pills are all 7th level pills. 7th level pills require alchemists who are at least in the form synthesis stage to fuse. But there aren't many form synthesis stage alchemists in our Danding sect. Sect leader and I are both 7th level alchemists, but we can't fuse these incomplete pills. Ku Mu, that brat, used to be in the form synthesis stage, but he didn't have that ability. So I'm very curious about how you did it. How can you solve the problem that we all solved and successfully fuse the incomplete pills? The words of the old man guarding the pavilion made Mu Yu slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this old man was also in the form synthesis stage. Even Ku Mu was in the form synthesis stage. He thought that Ku Mu was just a cultivator in the spirit severing stage. Ku Mu had never told Mu Yu about his cultivation level. Usually, when Mu Yu made him angry, Ku Mu didn't beat Mu Yu to death. Mu Yu felt that Ku Mu's patience was really good. I told you that it was the quick core cultivation method that helped me, but you didn't believe me. Mu Yu insisted that it was the quick core cultivation method that had a problem. He didn't have anything to do with the Danding sect. He just wanted to use the Danding sect's quota to enter the second heavenly layer. It was not worthwhile to reveal his details. How about this, you write down your experience of fusing the returning to origin pill and the injury pill, and I will give you a lot of precious pills. How about it? I can give you 10 Yuan Qi gathering pills, a 5th level pill. It can let a nascent soul stage cultivator exert the strength of the out-of-body stage for a quarter of an hour. I can also give you a 6th level pill, Tai Ching illusionary pill. When you reach the 9th heavenly layer of the nascent soul stage, you can take it, and when you break through the out-of-body stage, you will have a 50% chance. How about it? The old man guarding the pavilion began to throw out sugar-coated bullets. These are all level 5 and level 6 medicinal pills. That incomplete pill is a level 7 medicinal pill. A level 7 medicinal pill is only worth these 2 level 5 medicinal pills. It's too worthless. Although Mu Yu was very tempted by the old man's words, he was not a fool. How could a 7th level pill compare to a 5th level pill? This old man obviously wanted to take advantage of Mu Yu's lack of contact with pills and wanted to fool him. The old man guarding the pavilion rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, do you think a 5th level pill is so easy to refine? A 5th level pill is already something that the world crazily wants. You just fused the incomplete pills, not refined by you. Isn't this enough? Oh, then I don't want it. You can fuse the incomplete pills yourself." Mu Yu stood up and leisurely prepared to leave. "Damn, you little bastard, why are you like a dead tree? Sure enough, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." The old man guarding the pavilion gnashed his teeth and continued, "I will also give you the Bone Emperor Heavenly Pill. This is a 6th level pill that I refined. After taking it, you will be unharmed even if you are attacked by a spirit-severing stage cultivator within a quarter of an hour. It is equivalent to putting a layer of invincible shield on you." Mu Yu was shocked. Wow, this is a good thing. Although the effect of the pill was only for a quarter of an hour, with his current pitiful strength of the 3rd heavenly layer of the nascent soul stage, he couldn't even beat an out-of-body stage cultivator. If he could hold on for a quarter of an hour in the hands of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, wouldn't it be one more life-saving method? What else? Mu Yu continued to ask. Imperial Wind Pill, a 6th level pill. If you take it, you won't even be able to catch up with a spirit-severing stage cultivator. It is specially used for escaping. These are all good things. Mu Yu began to drool. What else? Boy, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. A 7th level pill, at least dozens of Imperial Wind Pill and Bone Emperor Heavenly Pill, right? Do you think a 6th level pill is a candy? Dozens of pills? The old man guarding the pavilion slapped the back of Mu Yu's head. Mu Yu shrank in pain, stuffed all the pills to the old man guarding the pavilion, and shouted, "I don't want to fuse them, I don't want to fuse them. You can study those incomplete pills by yourself. I only refined 7 Imperial Wind Pill and 5 Bone Emperor Heavenly Pill. Do you want them or not?" The old man guarding the pavilion was about to explode. He, a dignified combination stage cultivator, was actually blackmailed by a nascent soul stage cultivator. It was really unbearable. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Who let Mu Yu hold the initiative now? Well, let me think about it. You prepare 50 or 60 of those 5th level pills just now. I also want the 6th level pills. Then I will fuse a few incomplete pills depending on my mood. Mu Yu knew that if he continued to bargain, he would probably touch the bottom line of the old man guarding the pavilion. At that time, it would be bad, so he began to make concessions. The old man guarding the pavilion took out a pile of bottles and jars, and stuffed them all to Mu Yu. "There are only 20 yuan qi gathering pills. I tell you, don't use this carelessly. There will be sequelae. After taking it, it can make a nascent soul stage cultivator exert the strength of an out-of-body stage cultivator. Then, after a day, you will vomit and have diarrhea. No one can stop it." Mu Yu was speechless, but vomiting and having diarrhea didn't seem to be a bad thing. When he was used as a lab rat by Deadwood, he experienced this kind of pain. No matter how many pills there were, he didn't refuse them. He could always use them. One Tai Ching illusionary pill is enough. A nascent soul stage cultivator can only take it once. The Heavenly Bone Emperor pill was refined by me when I was in the spirit-severing stage. It is useless to keep it now. Also, there are 50 explosive pills. This explosive pill is a 7th level explosive pill. If you inject spiritual power into it, it will explode. It is a life-saving method for us alchemists. The old man guarding the pavilion said angrily. Mu Yu happily accepted the pills. If news of this many precious pills were to spread to the cultivation world, she would definitely be hunted to death. He was very clear about the principle that treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Once people knew that he couldn't keep these pills with his cultivation, he would have to spend every day running. Thinking about it, alchemists were really king rich. No wonder so many people wanted to be an alchemist. If there was a desperado who robbed an alchemist one day, it would be enough for him to squander for a lifetime. However, alchemists had too many life-saving methods. Just the explosive pills were fun. Robbing an alchemist meant that he would have to pay a painful price. It was better not to provoke them if he could. He also knew a little about explosive pills. Generally, alchemists would refine explosive pills for self-defense. Explosive pills were refined with some strong herbs. Once it was stimulated by spiritual power, it would explode with powerful destructive power. Alchemists were very weak in combat and relied on explosive pills to protect themselves. In fact, it was not so troublesome to refine explosive pills. All alchemists could refine it. The explosive pills refined by different alchemists had different strengths. The explosive pills refined by high-level alchemists would definitely be able to display a higher strength. However, the destructive power of explosive pills was also relative to the user. With the spiritual power of the nascent soul stage, it could only explode with the power of the nascent soul stage. For example, a 4th-level explosive pill was useless for a 5th-level alchemist, but a 5th-level explosive pill was effective for a 4th-level alchemist. Although it could only exert the power of the nascent soul stage, it was refined by an out-of-body alchemist. Its power was much greater than a 4th-level explosive pill. The 7th-level explosive pill refined by the old man was definitely for his own use. As long as it was stimulated by the spiritual power of the unification stage, it could definitely exert the power of the unification stage. Mu Yu was now only in the nascent soul stage. If he used a 7th-level explosive pill, it could only exert the power of the nascent soul stage. It was a bit of a waste, but the power would definitely be heaven-defying. Okay, I will help you fuse with the death pill. Mu Yu smiled and picked up the death pill that was not completed that day. Chapter 210. Once a person lost an arm or a leg, it would be impossible to grow it back. Unless you still had a broken limb, you could use the intermittent grass to reattach it. However, most people's broken limbs could not be preserved perfectly. For a cultivator, if an arm was broken during a fight, it would definitely be crushed. It was basically impossible to keep it intact. Once an important organ was lost, it would not be able to grow back. This was the magic of the white jade injury recovery pill. The white jade injury recovery pill could completely restore the missing parts of a person's body. Not only could it make a person whole, but it could also restore the person to their best condition. This was also the time when the person's physical fitness was at its peak. This meant that if a person had a hidden disease that was difficult to get rid of, after taking the white jade injury recovery pill, they would be completely healed. What do you want the white jade injury recovery pill for? Mu Yu asked. The old man stammered for a long time. Mu Yu still did not understand what he was talking about. The old man seemed to have something that was difficult to say. Finally, he said, "Why do you care? You've already taken the benefits. Hurry up and fuse it for me. Also, you must record the process in detail. As long as you know how to deal with the herb resistance, I can refine the white jade injury recovery pill in batches." Who lost an arm or a leg? Mu Yu always felt that the old man was a little guilty. To be honest, it was impossible to refine the white jade injury recovery pill in batches without Mu Yu's help. If Mu Yu refined it in batches, wouldn't he have to squeeze his blood dry? Well, there's no harm in telling you. No one lost an arm or a leg. I think you should also know the drawbacks of being an alchemist, right? In order to refine the herb resistance, it caused a lot of wood dregs to accumulate in the body. These wood dregs will seriously affect our cultivation. Back then, I also spent a lot of effort to step into the unification stage. But now, my cultivation can't go any further. It's the same for Yun Dan. This has become our biggest problem. For the future of the sect, we have to solve the problem caused by the wood dregs. As long as we take the white jade injury recovery pill, these wood dregs will automatically be cleaned up. At that time, we will be able to step into a higher realm and refine higher grade pills. The old man sighed. Hey! Wood dregs. Mu Yu blinked. He felt as if he had picked up a treasure again. The wood dregs troubled all the alchemists, but that did not include him. Damn it! Although the ability to control wood was something that only the hated Mu Yu possessed, and Mu Yu had to carefully conceal himself every time, this ability had always brought him a lot of convenience, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whether it was incomplete pills or wood dregs, he could deal with as many as he wanted. I know you have a wood attribute physique, 1 in a million. You're the same as that brat Kumu. You've taken the unorthodox path, so you don't need to be affected by the wood dregs. Kumu tested the poison with his own body, causing his spiritual power to be poisonous. You'd better not do that, the old man warned seriously. I can help you. The corners of Mu Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Expelling wood dregs for alchemists was his specialty. A wood attribute physique was nothing, he could do it with a wave of his hand. It was much more powerful than any wood attribute physique. The old man shook his head and said, "You're just a little bastard at the nascent soul stage now. It will take another few decades for you to be able to help us expel wood dregs. At that time, many people in the Danding sect will no longer be around, and I will definitely be in my coffin. So you're afraid of death?" Mu Yu said disdainfully. "Pei, little bastard, how can you say that? I'm not afraid of death, it's just that there aren't many 7th rank alchemists in the Danding sect. Basically, there are only a few of us and that brat Yundan left. Yarrow Wuji and Shi Dengtian are both 6th rank alchemists. If they can't become 7th rank alchemists before we pass away, then in a few decades, only Yundan will be left as a 7th rank alchemist in the Danding sect. The future of the Danding sect will be bleak." The old man was helpless. After a while, he said angrily, "Originally, Kumu had the highest chance of becoming a 7th rank alchemist. His talent was the highest. Unfortunately, that bastard took the wrong path and ended up like this. Serves him right. Hey, old man, he's still my master. What do you mean by ending up like this? Kumu knows much more than you all." Mu Yu said unhappily. "Damn it, if Kumu is your master, then I'm still your martial ancestor, right? Don't be rude. What he knows is all taught by me." The old man slapped the back of Mu Yu's head again. Mu Yu snorted. He could treat Kumu as his master, but it didn't mean that he would treat the old man in front of him as his martial ancestor. Kumu learned a lot of things by himself. It was very different from what the old man taught him. Moreover, his real master was a true god from the 3rd layer of the continent. He was many times more powerful than this old man. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble to refine the white jade injury recovery pill. Aren't you just troubled by Kumu dregs? What's so difficult about that? I'll help you. Mu Yu curled his lips and said, "Little bastard, you're making fun of me again. Don't think that you can boast just because you fused with an incomplete pill." The old man began to scold Mu Yu again. Mu Yu wasn't angry. He said, "Old man, don't you know how Medicine Master broke through to the spirit severing stage this time?" The old man was stunned. He was also a little curious. In fact, Yarrow Wuji's talent was the lowest among Kumu, Yundan, and the others. The others had already broken through to the spirit severing stage. Only Yarrow Wuji remained in the out-of-body stage. For some reason, Yarrow Wuji went into seclusion the last time he came back and finally stepped into the spirit severing stage. What? Is it related to you? The old man still didn't believe that Mu Yu had such great ability. I once met Medicine Master in Lan Shi City and helped him a little. Forget it, you can ask him about the specific process. I can prove it to you first. Mu Yu grabbed the old man's hand. The old man frowned. He originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that Mu Yu's little nascent soul stage strength couldn't do any harm to him, he didn't resist. Mu Yu pulled the old man's rough fingers. Seeing that the old man didn't cooperate, he shouted, "Don't move. Kid, don't make trouble. Stop. If you transfer your spirit power into my body, I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Hurry up." The old man didn't finish his words and then widened his eyes. Under Mu Yu's guidance, the wood dregs in the old man's thumb seemed to be summoned by something and moved towards the point where Mu Yu's spirit power converged. His finger instantly turned green. These were the wood dregs that had troubled him for many years. Although it was only a small amount, it was impossible for him to make the wood dregs in his body obediently. But Mu Yu could actually do it. You, how did you do it? The old man's face was full of disbelief and his eyes were about to pop out. Why are you stuttering like Elder Kumu? Mu Yu laughed in his heart and then said, "Cut your own finger. Hurry up, your skin is too thick. I can't cut it." The old man's other hand touched his thumb and the skin on his finger was cut. A green light was drawn out by Mu Yu and slowly gathered into a pile in the air. Mu Yu casually pinched it and turned it into a dark green ball. The old man had more wood dregs in his body than Medicine Master. He should have died long ago. It was not easy for him to live until now. How is this possible? The old man was shocked. He stared blankly at the dark green wood dregs in front of him. His reaction was even bigger than Medicine Master's. He pulled at his beard, almost pulling it out. Then he turned his shocked gaze to Mu Yu. You. The old man moved his thumb. After confirming that the numbness had disappeared, he grabbed Mu Yu like a madman and shook him. Heavens, my little ancestor, how did you do it? At the beginning, he called Mu Yu little bastard. Now he called him little ancestor. It could be seen that Mu Yu's heaven-defying ability shocked the old man greatly. To be able to solve the body defects of a high-level alchemist, this kind of person was born to be an alchemist's little ancestor. If Mu Yu could remove all the wood dregs from the Danding sect's 7th-rank alchemists, then the Danding sect might be able to produce an 8th-rank alchemist. This was something that hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. Put it down, I'm going to die. Mu Yu was dizzy from being shaken. This old bastard's reaction was too intense. No, my little ancestor, if you have this ability, you must help us. If you help us, you will be our Danding sect's benefactor in the future. The old man jumped up ecstatically. Oh, it's not impossible to help you. Unfortunately, I don't have a good impression of the Danding sect. You see, Old Man Kumu has no cultivation and was bullied by you. I have also been tricked by you. How can I want to help you? I only reluctantly helped Medicine Master because of Cai Lai's face. Who would have thought that Medicine Master would enter the spirit-severing stage all of a sudden? Mu Yu spread out his hands. It was a typical case of taking advantage of others but still acting innocent. Little ancestor, you misunderstood. You see, our Danding sect is even more beautiful. Everyone's heart is very beautiful. How can you not have a good impression of us? We did so much just to let you get a place in the second layer of heaven more justifiably. You see, we didn't make things difficult for you, did we? The old man looked at Mu Yu as if he was a rare treasure in the world. Mu Yu felt uncomfortable. He thought about how Yarrow Wuji knew about Mu Yu's ability, but he didn't say anything. This bastard, I must break his legs. It's okay to say that the mountain is beautiful and the water is beautiful, but forget about the person. Mu Yu said, Old man, I also need to use my spiritual power to do this. I can't help you for at least 3 days after helping you get these wood dregs out. I think it will take half a year to clean up the messy wood dregs on your body. Mu Yu could actually clean it up directly, but this kind of thing was too abnormal. Besides, the more chips he had, the more things he could extort from this old man. How could he spend all his chips in one go? The old man quickly nodded and said, It's okay. With your ability, it will be much faster than me making the White Jade Injury Recovery Pill. The White Jade Injury Recovery Pill requires a lot of materials and is basically hard to find. You are the dawn of our Danding sect. If you have any other requests, just say it. Danding's sect can basically satisfy you. If you still want any pills, I will give them to you. The old man even generously gave Mu Yu a few more bottles of pills. Mu Yu knew that this old man must have a lot of treasures on him. Just now, he was trying to hide them. If she didn't give him some benefits, she wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Okay, I can still guide the wood dregs out of your 2 hands today. But it will take 3 days. What do you think? Mu Yu felt that he had achieved his goal. He inadvertently scared the old man. In the future, no one would dare to do anything to the dead wood. Chapter 211. Over the next few days, the old man guarding the pavilion basically came to greet Mu Yu every day. He was unaccountably solicitous, so naturally, he wanted to leave a good impression on Mu Yu. At the same time, he also quarreled with Kumu. Deadwood was annoyed. He could cultivate again now, so he had been meditating. However, he was always interrupted by the old man. You better not accidentally reveal your ability to control wood. This is not a joke. There is a legend in the 3rd continent. Most cultivators will not trust you. You must be careful about anything related to Yumeng. Deadwood already knew the reason why the old man came to Mu Yu. Although he did not object to Mu Yu helping the old man to expel the wood dregs, he still wanted Mu Yu to be careful. Yes, that's right. I heard from senior sister that another city was attacked by Yumeng 2 days ago. Tian Ran came to Danding's sect with her senior sister to enter the 2nd layer of heaven. These days, she ran to Mu Yu if she had nothing to do. She also knew about Mu Yu's ability, but her father chose to believe in Mu Yu. Naturally, she would also believe in Mu Yu. Mu Yu nodded. He understood this point, so every time he sent the wood dregs to the old man, he would not do it wholeheartedly. He would only do a little at a time. Green water would flow forever. Mu Yu gave 1 bone emperor pill to Deadwood and 1 to Tian Ran. Then, he extorted 1 from the old man. He already knew that the old man would not take out all of them. He must have kept something. Is the 2nd layer of heaven as big as the 3rd continent? These days, more and more sects gathered in Danding's sect, preparing to enter the 2nd layer of heaven. Mu Yu still didn't know much about the 2nd layer of heaven. Although Dead Tree had given him a map of the 2nd layer of heaven, and even marked out where to find the netherworld grass and the 9 chi soul cleansing flower, the map was still very vague. This map was drawn by Deadwood when he entered the 2nd layer of heaven. After so many years, the 2nd layer of heaven should have changed. However, Kumu said that when they entered the 2nd heaven, the sect leader would give everyone a map. That was the full picture of the 2nd heaven. Kumu's map was only a small area and relatively more detailed. The 2nd layer of heaven and the 3rd layer of heaven are both small worlds of their own. It's hard to say whether it's big or small. To enter the 2nd layer of heaven, one needed to rely on the teleportation array. The teleportation array was passed down from ancient times. Originally, there was also a teleportation array in the 2nd layer of heaven, but it was destroyed over the years. Therefore, you must keep the jade pendant well. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant and the teleportation array will send you back instantly. You can lose anything but the jade pendant. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to the 3 continents. The Dead Tree said solemnly. Tian Ran already knew this. Before she came, her mother had already told her. However, the jade pendant was kept by the Pill Cauldron sect, so she didn't get the jade pendant now. Brother Mu Yu, you have to be careful. The deaths of Fast Sword and Slow Sword are related to you. The 2 of them are the proud sons of heaven of the younger generation of Sword Cleansing Valley, but they didn't want to die in your hands. In addition, some people found that Distant Sword died near Misty Breath City a while ago, so Sword Cleansing Valley is going crazy with anger. They will definitely look for the murderer one by one. They don't know about Yuanjian's death, but Fast Sword and Slow Sword are related to you. Tian Ran said with some worry. Will the Sword Cleansing Valley also enter the 2nd layer of heaven? Mu Yu didn't know how many sects would enter the 2nd layer of heaven. Yuanjian's death had nothing to do with him. Moreover, He was found dead more than a year ago. He was really pitiful. As for the two so-called peerless prides, they were just a joke in his eyes. Although he spent a lot of effort to kill them, his cultivation was only during the Jindan period, which was enough for him to be proud of. In addition to the 8 gates and the Pill Cauldron sect, there are also the Sword Cleansing Valley, Luosha Mansion, Mystical Wood sect, and Void Valley. A total of 13 sects will enter the second layer of heaven. You also have to pay attention to the people from the Stargate. Last time, there were also disciples from the Stargate who died on the floating immortal island. Needless to say, the gate of hell is not friendly to anyone. Tianran said. Pay special attention to the Stargate. The reason why Shi Dengtian agreed to let you enter the second layer of heaven is because he wants to get the dragon vine from you. The leader of the Stargate is Shi Dengtian's son-in-law. The two sects will definitely work together to deal with you. Kumu said. Is Shi Dengtian so sure that I will bring the dragon vine into the second layer of heaven? Muyu asked. Regardless of whether you bring the dragon vine in or not, he will definitely find a way to deal with you. This is because when we were young, he and I had a very deep conflict. He has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son is Shi Minghui's father, and the daughter is the wife of the leader of the Stargate. He also has a younger son who was playful when he was 5 years old. He stole my things when I was not around. He was poisoned to death by the herbs in my room, so he has been unwilling to let me go. You are my disciple, and your performance is so amazing. He will definitely kill you in the cradle to take revenge on me. Kumu said meaningfully. Wow, old man, aren't you pushing me into a fire pit? Muyu became an innocent victim again. No wonder Shi Dengtian always disliked Kumu. It turned out that there was such a complicated conflict mixed in. The death of Shi Dengtian's son had nothing to do with Kumu. However, he was poisoned to death by Kumu's herbs. Therefore, Shi Dengtian was unwilling to let Kumu go. The reason why he agreed to let Muyu enter the second layer of heaven was because only in the second layer of heaven would he have the opportunity to make a move on Muyu. He wanted Kumu to taste the pain of losing someone close to him. Shi Dengtian did not dare to blatantly take revenge on Kumu in the Danding sect. After entering the second layer of heaven, you must find the netherworld grass and 9 chi soul cleansing flower as soon as possible. Then, crush the jade pendant and return here. Don't give them any chance to make a move. Kumu said seriously. What else could Muyu say? He had to go to the second layer of heaven. He was not afraid of those people playing any tricks in the second layer of heaven. The highest cultivation level in the second layer of heaven was the nascent soul stage. He had even broken through a place like the floating immortal island. Why would he be afraid of Shi Minghui and the others? Don't worry, I will find you when the time comes. It is safer for the two of us to be together. Tianran said. Why? Can't we be together after entering? Muyu asked strangely. Tianran shook her head and said, because the teleportation formation in the second layer of heaven has been destroyed long ago. So, when we enter from here, we will be teleported to a random location. If we are lucky, we will be teleported to a safe place. If we are unlucky, we might be teleported to a nest of demonic beasts. That would not be good. Muyu stuck out his tongue in astonishment. If he was teleported to a nest of a 7th or 8th rank demonic beast, would he still be able to escape in time? I hope I will be directly teleported to the side of the netherworld grass or 9 chi soul cleansing flower. Muyu looked at the map carefully. Looking at the location of the netherworld grass and 9 chi soul cleansing flower, he could not help but think gloomily. The possibility of this happening was too small. It was basically impossible for it to happen. I will also make a copy of this map. When the time comes, I will go there to look for you. Tianran obtained Kumu's permission and took out a piece of rice paper and started to make a copy of the map. Kumu kept staring at Tianran. When Tianran came here, he would always stare at her in a daze. Tianran and Miao Yuyan looked too similar. Miao Yuyan was the person that Kumu loved. In his heart, he could not let go of that feeling. Old pervert, she is still just a child. Muyu waved his hand in front of Kumu's eyes. Kumu's face flushed red. He slapped Mu Yu's head and scolded, "Shut up. I don't have any thoughts. I just think she looks like her mother." Mu Yu smiled and rubbed his head. Of course, he knew Ku Mu's temperament. However, Mu Yu had always been curious about the love and hatred between Ku Mu, Miao Yuyan, and Feng Haochen. Ku Mu was not willing to talk about it in detail. At the mention of Feng Haochen, Ku Mu gritted his teeth as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In fact, Ku Mu was also a pitiful person. The person he liked didn't like him. For the person he liked, he had to save his love rival. He had been alone all his life and was afraid of delaying Lung Bingxue. He was unwilling to lay his cards on the table with his childhood sweetheart. He was indeed a person with low EQ. Now, he had fallen to the point where he had to cultivate from the beginning. In the Pill Cauldron sect or the cultivation world, he was not welcomed by anyone. Only Mu Yu and Tian Ran would not reject this poor old man. "Old man, are you really not going to accept Elder Lung Han?" Mu Yu said. Ku Mu smiled bitterly and said with a lonely expression, "She won't forgive me. I've done so many things to let her down. Now that I'm a cripple, I can't give her anything. I see Elder has been single for so many years. He must be waiting for you. How could she not forgive you? If she is willing, will you also consider being with Elder Lung Han?" Mu Yu wanted to resolve the conflict between Ku Mu and Lung Bingxue. Lung Bingxue was also the head of a branch of the Pill Cauldron sect. Her cultivation was extraordinary and it was more than enough to protect Ku Mu. Ku Mu sighed and didn't reply. A few years ago, when he found out that Miao Yuyan was pregnant, he already knew that it was impossible between him and Miao Yuyan. He chose to withdraw and let Miao Yuyan and Feng Haochen be together. However, when he found out that Miao Yuyan was imprisoned in the Red Dust sect for life, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. For the person he loved, he chose to save Feng Haochen, whom he hated. Only when Feng Haochen recovered his cultivation could he break into the Red Dust sect and save Miao Yuyan. Ku Mu couldn't do it with his ability. "Let's talk about this later." Ku Mu slowly shook his head. Ku Mu didn't know if it was worth it. He helped Feng Haochen recover his cultivation and saved Miao Yuyan. However, he was still the third party. He couldn't get anything. However, he couldn't watch Miao Yuyan suffer. Sometimes, when you love someone, it's not to get them, but to make them happy. Tian Ran stood up and walked over. She hugged Ku Mu and said, "Senior, no matter what, I will always thank you for what you've done for us." "Thank you." Ku Mu was stunned. His body stiffened. He was a loner. No one had ever hugged him. When Tian Ran hugged him tightly, he suddenly felt that everything he did wasn't in vain. "Are you willing to be my godfather? I think my mother will definitely agree," Tian Ran said seriously. "Godfather?" Ku Mu's dead heart seemed to be lit by a fire. A warm current pulsed in his heart. He had always had a bad reputation in the cultivation world. No one really cared about his feelings until Mu Yu appeared. Although Mu Yu was always angry with him, when he was down and out, Mu Yu didn't leave him. Instead, she helped him everywhere. In order to save him, she even took the precious rank 7 origin returning pill from the hands of those people from the Pill Cauldron school. One was his enemy's disciple, the other was his enemy's daughter. Both of them really cared about him. Why did that bastard Feng Haochen have such luck? Ku Mu was very jealous. However, he liked the feeling of being cared for. Ku Mu was stunned for a moment. He turned to Mu Yu and shouted, "Did you see that? She called me godfather. You brat, you're always so rude. Can't you learn a little?" Mu Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I can't let you call me godfather, right?" Chapter 212. A total of 13 sects were going to enter the second layer of heaven, so there were more and more unfamiliar faces in the Danding sect these days. People from all the sects came to the Danding sect one after another. Every sect had 5 spots, and the Danding sect had 6. This meant that 66 nascent soul disciples would enter the second layer of heaven through the transmission array. Mu Yu stood with 5 other people. Of the 5 disciples of the Danding sect, He knew 3 of them. One was naturally the sloppy Cai Lai, who had the best relationship with Mu Yu. The other was the guy Mu Yu hated the most, Shi Minghui. When Shi Minghui looked at Mu Yu, he always showed a vicious expression. He must have planned some conspiracy long ago and was waiting for him. When Shi Minghui had been threatened by the old man, he had obediently fulfilled the terms of the bet. This matter had spread throughout the entire Pill Cauldron school. Naturally, he hated Mu Yu to the core. The other was Bi Wenshuan. He didn't interact much with Mu Yu, but he was also an easygoing person. Mu Yu didn't have any hostility towards him. There was also a girl from Lung Bingshua's sect named Dao Yeye. Mu Yu had never seen her before. For some reason, Dao Yeye always gave Mu Yu a cold shadow, which made him wonder if all the disciples of Lung Bingshua had the same cold expression. The last one was from Yundan Daoist's sect. It was said that he was the most talented person in the younger generation of the Danding sect. His name was Lian Tianyu. Not only had his cultivation reached the 9th layer of nascent soul, but he was also an alchemist who could refine 5th-tier pills. Lian Tianyu looked very gentle and quiet, without any arrogance or extravagance. He didn't give off a bad feeling. Cai Lai told Mu Yu that Lian Tianyu was a rare alchemy genius, and he was a role model for all the disciples of the Danding sect. It was just that he usually kept a low profile and never even went to the floating immortal island. He liked to quietly study pills. As they were talking, Lian Tianyu walked towards Mu Yu and said, "Are you Marshal Uncle Kumu's disciple, Junior Marshal Brother Mu Yu?" Mu Yu nodded and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Lian Tianyu." "Junior Brother, you don't have to be so courteous. Since Junior Brother is able to fuse with an incomplete pill, you are much more powerful than me. If you have time, Junior Brother, please don't hesitate to teach me. As alchemists, there will always be pills that we are unable to refine. Junior Brother has completed the incomplete pill that Senior Joyang Daoist was unable to complete in his entire life. Such talent is truly enviable." Lian Tianyu said. Lian Tianyu's words didn't have any intention of provocation. Instead, he was genuinely asking for advice. This made Mu Yu heave a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have conflicts with people everywhere in the Dan Cauldron school. What's more, he didn't know how to refine pills at all. He could concoct poison, but refining pills was his weakness. "Senior Brother, you flatter me," Mu Yu said modestly. Daoist Yundan slowly walked over and glanced at Mu Yu. He already knew from the old man that Mu Yu could help them get rid of the wood dregs in their bodies. This wasn't a small matter for Daoist Yundan. He even specifically looked for Yarrow Wuji to verify it. Only then did he believe it. Daoist Yundan attached great importance to Mu Yu's ability. When Mu Yu returned from the 2nd layer of heaven, he would definitely ask Mu Yu to stay behind and help the rank 7 alchemists in the Dan Cauldron school deal with the pain caused by the wood dregs. He was willing to pay any price. Before coming here, your master must have already explained this matter to everyone. I won't repeat it. Everyone must remember to be careful. There are many precious herbs in the 2nd layer of heaven, but there are also many powerful demonic beasts. It's a wasteland with many dangerous demonic beasts. If you don't have extravagant demands for herbs, you can also find a safe place to concentrate on cultivating. The spiritual energy in the 2nd layer of heaven is several times more abundant than in the 3rd layer of heaven. Cultivating there will yield twice the results with half the effort. Daoist Yundan glanced at the 6 people. Each of them had high talent and were the future hope of the Dan Cauldron school. Naturally, he didn't want any accidents to happen to them. Daoist Yundan paused for a moment before continuing. But there's one thing you must remember. Don't break through to the out-of-body stage in the 2nd layer of heaven. Others may not, but Lian Tianyu, you're already in the 9th layer of nascent soul stage, so you must remember this. Because the teleportation array is old, it can only teleport people below the out-of-body stage. Out-of-body stage people can't use the teleportation array. If you want to go in and out, you must remember this. Among these people, Lian Tianyu's cultivation was the highest, followed by Bi Wenshuan and Dao Yeye, who were in the 7th and 6th layer of nascent soul stage respectively. Although Shi Minghui had a conflict with Mu Yu, He was also in the 5th layer of nascent soul stage. Mu Yu was only in the 3rd layer of nascent soul stage, but his combat strength was much higher than many people in the Dan Cauldron School. The alchemists of the Dan Cauldron School only knew how to refine pills and rarely fought with others. They were a little bookish. Cai Lai's cultivation was the lowest. He was the youngest among these people. He had just stepped into the nascent soul stage and was only in the 1st layer of nascent soul stage. Recently, he had been locked up at home by the medicine master and was forced to learn a lot about survival in the wild. He didn't know how much this guy had taken in. Take the jade pendant. This is very important. Without it, you won't be able to come back. No one can save you. Daoist Yundan solemnly handed the jade pendant to everyone. This jade pendant was warm and translucent, flashing with light. There was a cauldron engraved on it. It was heavy in their hands. Mu Yu looked at this jade pendant over and over again. This was their pass. Naturally, he had to cherish it. He quickly put it into his heaven and earth in the sleeve. Little Shuai was squatting in his arms. Mu Yu let the dragon vine follow dead wood. Yesterday, when he was removing the wood dregs from the old man's body, he threatened the old man to secretly protect dead wood. If he lost a finger, he wouldn't be able to help him solve the wood dregs problem. The old man reluctantly agreed. Now that Mu Yu was the little ancestor of the Dan Cauldron School, he couldn't refuse. In fact, even if Mu Yu didn't say it, the old man had an unusual relationship with dead wood. He wouldn't let anything happen to dead wood. With the old man around, dead wood shouldn't be in any danger. Remember, the time inside is 2 months. After 2 months, the teleportation array will enter a dormant period. The next time it opens is 10 years later. Therefore, you must come back before the teleportation array enters a dormant period, Daoist Yundan said again. Then, he motioned for Mu Yu and the others to follow him. They landed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was relatively low and looked ordinary. However, when Mu Yu landed in the forest, he found that there were many experts hidden in the surrounding forest. Their auras were at least at the nascent soul stage. These people should be sent by the Dan Cauldron School to guard the teleportation array. After walking through the forest, they arrived in front of a cave. This cave looked very narrow. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Daoist Yundan took the lead and entered the cave. The others followed. Every time they walked a distance, the stone wall next to them would sink. There was a masked man in black standing there. Every man in black was at the nascent soul stage. It was really frightening. The path in the cave led downwards. They went around a stone staircase and went down step by step. After walking for a long time, the path in front of them suddenly became open. A light shone in front of them. Mu Yu saw a flowing blue barrier in front of him. It was as thin as a water curtain. There was a faint mysterious aura coming from it. When you walk through this water curtain defensive array, don't use your spiritual power. Otherwise, you will be obstructed. Daoist Yundan walked straight to the water curtain defensive array. He took a deep breath and disappeared into the blue water curtain. The others followed him and came to a huge cast cave. This cast cave could accommodate hundreds of people and was dozens of meters high. At this moment, there were many people in the cast cave. They were dressed differently from the people from the Pill Cauldron sect. They were whispering to each other. When they saw Daoist Yundan, they stopped and greeted him. Daoist Yundan also responded politely. Most of these people were disciples of sects who were about to enter the second heaven. Mu Yu glanced around and saw a few familiar faces. Stargate's young gate master, Tian Yun. When the people from the Pill Cauldron sect came in, his gaze fell on Mu Yu. Back in the Mist Breath City, Mu Yu did not go easy on him. The female disciples of the Jade sect were also present. There was the immortal sister, Meng Xin, and Ru Anna, who was taken advantage of by Mu Yu. It had to be said that the women of the Jade sect had a kind of otherworldly beauty. They were as pure and holy as a lotus flower. Many young talents were infatuated with them. When Mu Yu saw Tian Ran waving at him, he smiled. Most of the female disciples of the Red Dust sect were wearing very revealing clothes. The smiles on their faces were also very wanton. Only Tian Ran was dressed very conservatively. She wore a green dress today and looked very lively. Mu Yu also felt many unfriendly gazes sweeping over him. When Mu Yu caused havoc on the floating immortal island, many people actually saw him. The news of Mu Yu becoming the successor of the dead tree had also spread. Presumably, many people had heard about Mu Yu's deeds in the Pill Cauldron sect. Although the incident on the floating immortal island happened a long time ago, a few people died in the hands of Mu Yu. Those people were the heaven's favored children of some sects. Before their wings were fully developed, they died in the hands of Mu Yu. Naturally, they harbored hatred for Mu Yu. Unfortunately, our Mu Yu was relatively ignorant and inexperienced. He didn't know the names of many people present. He also had an indifferent attitude. The second layer of heaven was so big. He might not even be able to meet them. If they liked to hate, then so be it. Anyway, Mu Yu didn't lose anything if they looked at him a few more times. In the center of the cast cave was a simple stone platform that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There were all kinds of array patterns carved on it. Although Mu Yu had learned about arrays from the dead tree, he still couldn't understand the principles of this array. It was said that this array was passed down from ancient times. Many of the array patterns were already blurred. Nowadays, people had been trying to find ways to study it. After all, it was an existence that could allow cultivators to enter another world. Daoist Yundan had already landed on the stone platform. Everyone also quieted down and looked at him. He said loudly, "Everyone, after the array is activated, everyone will enter one by one. Everyone will be teleported to a different location. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant and return as soon as possible. The time limit is 2 months. Do not delay. Otherwise, you will have to wait 10 years before coming out." Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Daoist Yundan's hand and entered the center of the stone platform. At the same time, the top of the cast cave also sent a majestic spiritual power from 4 directions and gathered on the stone platform. Mu Yu discovered that there were also 4 seniors at the combination stage hiding above the cast cave. Mu Yu had never seen these 4 people before. They must be the legendary 7th rank alchemists like Daoist Yundan and the old man guarding the pavilion. The stone platform flashed with a dazzling golden light. A vast aura rose from the stone platform and poured into the top of the cast cave. Then, it flowed down along the carvings on the walls of the cast cave. As if cast in bronze, the entire cast cave was dazzling and resplendent. 8 mysterious light screens suddenly appeared around the stone platform. The complex ancient characters on them were flickering and overflowing with light. Then, a spiritual power that made people's minds rippled from the center of the stone platform. It seemed to lead to another world. "You can enter now." Daoist Yundan had already left the stone platform and stood outside. His face was slightly pale. It was obvious that opening the array consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Soon, many people flew up at the same time and headed toward the light screen of the stone platform. As soon as they entered the stone platform, their figures disappeared into the light screen. "I hope we are not too far away." Cai Lai patted Mu Yu's shoulder and set off with Mu Yu. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.